Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and I am a little bit sick. Apologies for that, I'm going to be sniffly and gross, but I could not miss this. For this, today, is Meekable's 100th mission this year, and that's frickin' impressive. Speaking of which, let us introduce our players, beginning with Meekable herself.
Hello, hi. I go by Meeks on the server, and I uh every single time when I do one of these things, I say, and I'm addicted to Enclave. If this is not proof of that, I don't know what is.
Well said. Very well said. And then the other, Lee.
I'm Lee. I'm also sick.
Yes.
And the best part is, it's that guy's fault.
Yes. I had to have children and then invite you to
They
live
had
with
to
us.
give me, love and affection, and also punch me in the face.
Yeah.
So I too am sniffly, but I have non-branded ramen, which will help carry me through this momentous session. Very
Indeed.
excited.
And for this mission, I got the following focus words. 1, the parting glass. 2, Hajee-Bajee. And 3, congratulations, Notsuto. So there's a couple of in-jokes in here. Hajee-Bajee being an NPC that Lee has really enjoyed in the past, and Notsuto being I'm going to say a joke character, even though I know that the character is played legitimately. Oh, there's Tomash. Tomash, would you qualify Notsuto as a joke character?
The qualifier was 4 angry Kiwi.
Yeah, we even have an emote for Notsuto. And Notsuto is of course a goof on Suto to some degree. But on top of all those focus words, given that this is a very special mission, I wanted to try to up the stakes and do something kind of special that I wouldn't normally do. And so because of that, today we are actually going to be exploring something that I haven't touched in the game in well over a decade at this point. And the mission statement is going to be very uncanny for you guys. I should qualify, by the way, that the characters on the... My goodness, we didn't even talk about characters. Let's talk about characters. Tell me, who the hell are you playing? We'll begin with Suto, the man of the hour.
Sure. So Suto is the character that I'll be playing. He is a Thunderbird that is also part-time family man and former part-time baseball player. He's still figuring out that part of his life out, but that's okay. He is the first character that I ever created for Enclave. Started off as kind of a casual, slightly jokey character, but over the past, oh gosh, it's like 18 months or so, he has developed into a more realized, more dynamic character while still retaining the very essence of his pseudoness. Let's put it that way.
Well said. Very well said.
What does he look like?
Well, what does he look like? He is a uh, imagine not looking at your character sheet for so long that you can't really
You've
explain
drawn
what your
him.
character looks like. I
Seven
have.
ways to Sunday. Come on.
He looks like the rectangle with a happy face. No, he is a 6'1" man, light skinned. He has blonde hair, blue eyes. He has a typical baseball build. His suit that he goes to where an Enclave mission is just a repurposed baseball suit. So even no matter where he goes in the manifold, he will always bring totally not America's favorite pastime wherever he goes.
Beautiful. And also, Bolg.
Hi. So I'm going to be playing Bolg. Bolg is, funnily enough, he's a pre-Advent character. I played him way back in the days when Enclave was just a fun little home game that we did amongst our buddy-os. Bolg also kind of started as a bit of a joke character. He was my response to not having a big, strong, crush things, stupid character. He is a 9'5" massive minotaur, weighing in at 1,500 pounds in full armor and gear. And he has become my sweet little boy.
Indeed. Something of note, both of these characters are level 10. And this mission will also be involving a third level 10 character, who we will get to shortly.
Sorry.
To reiterate the focus words that I got, explanation of their in-jokeness from earlier, notwithstanding, I got The Parting Glass, Hajee-Bajee, and congratulations, Notsuto. And from those focus words, plus the momentousness of the occasion, I have come to the following mission statement, which will be uncannily short. You guys are being sent to rescue an Enclave agent. Ideally one, at least one, but there are actually up to 5 that you may need to rescue, though as many as 4 of them may already be dead. Reason being, there was a mission in swing that went very wrong. Agents, as they sometimes do, will throw the mission at the very end. And in this case, the mission was thrown, and an agent opened a parcel that they were supposed to be delivering in secrecy. This mission was succeeded, and then someone's curiosity got the better of them. This unleashed a, as best can be identified, magical anomaly of disproportionate danger. This leads us to the second mission in this sequence. A scouting mission by one character, a level 10 agent named Hajee-Bajee. This is someone Bolg has worked with before in the past. Hajee-Bajee is kind of an interesting agent. He's level 10, he's very talented, and he specializes in anti-magic. He is not a witch finder, but he is not far off of one. And he was being sent in to identify the degree of damage done by this initial flub, and to figure out the nature of the threatening magical anomaly that has been unleashed. Not only has he not returned, he is in critical condition. And none of the information that he was tasked to go and acquire, he has been able to deliver. The Enclave is still in the dark as to what the threat actually is. But what they do know is this. If Hajee-Bajee, an incredibly talented anti-mage, wasn't able to handle this, it is probably way more dangerous than initially anticipated. And so your goal is simple. 1, identify the nature of the magical threat. You don't even have to deal with it, by the way. Just figure it out. And 2, get Hajee-Bajee out. That is your top prio. Frankly, he might already know and is just too injured to escape. You guys will likely need to move quite fast and should anticipate intense threat, though from what is completely unknown. As mentioned, there were 4 other agents that flubbed the initial mission that led to this. They were all level 1. This was their first mission. And it is not known what has happened to any of them. And so if you happen to find any of them, please save them. Let's see, anything else? On my notes, I think that is it. Questions?
Yes,
Yeah.
I have a question. Given that on average the Enclave sends agents who are well suited to the task, which I know the previous task was deliver a parcel and not open it. What were their classes? Or
Absolutely.
However the Enclave
I
chooses
can
to
give
describe
you a bit
that.
of information on all 4 of these level 1 agents.
Yes, please.
The first one was Suki. She was a strong man. Some of these are classes that don't yet exist in the official game. She was a former carnival performer. 2 was Moors. Moors is an illusionist. He was also a former carnival performer. He and Suki are effectively a duo and only ever intended to go on missions together. Then Swinglow. Swinglow was a level 1 free runner, hotshot city kid who thought he could join the Enclave, and did. And lastly, Eggert, who is a guard from a medieval background. His class is guard, by the way.
My turn.
Yeah.
Why couldn't Hajee-Bajee just emergency ping out?
That's an excellent question. That is not yet known. There's 2 likely plausible explanations. One is that he is so hard pressed he hasn't been able to hold position long enough to do an emergency ping out, because you do need to hold position. 2 is that he is so injured he can't touch his badge. There's possibly other reasons. those seem... There is the possible third reason of he is trying desperately to save the level 1s. But admittedly, Hajee-Bajee is not really the sort of agent to do that. He's kind of a let people make their mistakes sort of guy. So it'd be out of character.
The only reason I could see him doing this consciously is if he saw this thing as so much of a threat.
That's also possible.
And if it was so antithetical to that boy.
Other questions?
Space location. Where is this?
Excellent
You said
question.
They were opened at. They had arrived, right? They had technically succeeded.
They had succeeded the mission. The mission did not actually entail them getting to the destination point. They just had to escort it out of like a city's grounds, aboard an armored car. So this mission is actually taking place on a highway, right by like a major overpass interchange. This is a modern setting, maybe even like near future. And you guys will be not teleporting in at the location of the armored, like last known location of the armored car. There is a very good chance that the area is going to be unrecognizable. And the same was done with Hajee-Bajee. He was teleported in a little ways away. You will be most likely in eyeshot of what is going on, assuming it is something that actually has a visual signature. Of note, this is such like a developing story that the Enclave literally has almost nothing on this. They have past notes from the missions they've sent out, but Hajee-Bajee, like in terms of the time of the setting you're being sent to, obviously the Enclave's own time works a little differently, but in terms of the time of the setting you're being sent to, Hajee-Bajee was deployed less than 5 minutes ago, and the mission failed less than 10 minutes ago.
Swag.
Other questions?
This is something Suto will care about. How old were the 4 level 1 agents?
That's an excellent question. Suki and Moors are both in their 30s. Eggert is young, like late teens, and Swinglow is about the same age.
Oh boy. Okay. Weather! Give me that weather.
Yeah, weather, time of day.
Indeed. It was midday, and the weather was slightly overcast, getting on towards autumn in this area with a bit of wind.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna ask, wait a minute, why didn't those 4 agents emergency ping out? But same reasons as to why probably Hajee-Bajee couldn't.
They may even be dead.
That too. You can't really ping out if you're dead.
Indeed. As a side note, by the way, if any agents have died and you are able to recover their bodies, that is obviously great. Do not jeopardize any part of the mission to do so. And if you are forced to make a hard decision, get their badge.
Noted.
But again, the Enclave will not fail you this mission if you cannot recover bodies. Or even if you can't save the original 4. The only real goal is rescuing Hajee-Bajee.
And identifying the magic to some degree.
Assuming he hasn't.
Which, knowing him, he probably has. No further questions from me.
I don't think I have any either.
Excellent. In that case, we are going to proceed to assembly. You may think, oh god, there's time for assembly. In this case, yes. The time syncs up such that it'll work out in this case. They're not going to rush you. And the 2 of you are brought from your homes across Manifold to Enclave HQ, led through its labyrinthine passages to a beautiful plush gray room, with an attendant waiting inside to answer last-minute questions. As you enter, something that would be immediately present to you is that both on a projector and some printouts on a table and things like that, there are profiles of all 5 involved agents, giving you a chance to see what they actually look like. The one I will focus on for now, at least, is Hajee-Bajee. The other ones will become relevant shortly, but to give a brief description, Hajee-Bajee is a very peculiar-looking fellow. He is probably less than 4 foot tall, and sits in like a squat that lets his butt touch his heels quite easily, with his knees like popping up near his nipples. He's enormously pot-bellied, and has huge ping pong ball eyes and big kind of like wide-eyed scowling face with a wide mouth, and he holds a funny knobbly stick. He has all sorts of interesting paints and muds daubed across him, and is completely bald, but he also has on a teeny little loincloth, and other than that looks completely like unclothed and ungarbed, and unequipped. But knowing an Enclave agent, that's likely very different than how it seems. The others we can get to as they are needed, but let's begin with the two who are coming in right now. Beginning with physical appearance, and first, we have already done physical appearance, so first actions from Suto, as the two of you enter simultaneously.
Alrighty. Suto, having already been briefed on the mission, walks in. Normally, he would be blabbering off to the attendant who he insists leads him into the conference room, even though he already, quote-unquote, knows his way around Enclave HQ. But this time, he is fairly serious, walking straight in. He will see the pictures on the table. He'll give a brief glance over to the four of the four that are status unknown, before landing on Hajee-Bajee. In particular, he tries to pass through the pictures of Swinglow and Egard being the youngest of the group. And when Bolg enters in, and he will briefly look up to, or rather, he will look up to Bolg, give him kind of like a half smile as he says, "Man, I wish we could have met on better occasions, man."
You know, it been a long time since Bolg seen you. Definitely could have been better, but it's the job. You don't look good. You gonna be good?
When he said that, he doesn't look it.
Just looking at the somewhat forlorn feeling.
I knew it was too short. Listen, I love my wife, but this is why I have John do my hair. John is my hair guy, and Jane is my wife person. Like, do not mix at all. He's like freaking out, and his mind's going like 10 different directions, unless you interrupt him.
Bolg does not. He just he doesn't verbally interrupt. He just sort of like as Suto is spinning down the length of, she was using garden shears, man. You don't use garden shears to cut the hair. Bolg is just gonna like put a finger on your shoulder.
Yes.
And just
Bolg understands that you family man, and Bolg understands that those children.
Oh,
okay.
that's what she meant. Unfortunately, can't say that I'm not used to it at this point, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't get any easier, you know?
Yeah, no, Bolg gets it. Bolg gets it. So you got a little bit of brief about Hajee-Bajee. Hajee-Bajee, old friend, very
Great.
good guy.
Great, you know him. Oh, that's perfect. All right, in that case, he says this to Bolg, but if the attendant has any answers, he would gladly accept them. As he asks, "Great, what's anti-magic? What the heck kind of class is this guy?"
Well, Bolg's still not used to people talking about classes. Bolg talk about people. Every person different. Classes weird. He had some sticks. Like a curvy stick that kind of come back sometimes. That could destroy and dissipate magic when it touch. He very powerful focus, deep understanding of magic in a nature root tree kind of way. Can be very scary. Big angry face man. But he wise. He very wise.
The attendant would add in that Hajee-Bajee is classified as a curse breaker, with a variety of anti-magic capacities that include causing magic to become afraid of him.
Huh. Should we worry about our powers being affected?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes.
All right.
100%. Bolg is guessing that if something could damage Hajee-Bajee, Hajee-Bajee not the toughest guy. He points at the picture of him, just like, he a guy, not good, like, like Bolg smacks himself a couple times on the head. You hear his knuckle resound off his skull. Bolg pretty tough, but more susceptible to magic. Normally he not afraid. He not affected. He fine. If something take him down, one of two things happen. Either very fast and strong and catch him by surprise, or something that his magic couldn't affect. Might be fear magic. Not sure. Magic, sometimes when two magics come together that are the same, it doesn't really cancel out like negatives. So, well, we will see. Bolg has an idea. Bolg knows that you like to be up. When we on arrival, Bolg gonna throw you as high in the air as Bolg can throw you.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, yes. Now remember, first things first is not make noise. Bolg loud. Nothing Bolg can do about being loud. So, Bolg
I'll be as quiet as a mouse, he says really loudly, his voice reverberating through the phone.
Yeah. So, first thing to do is find Hajee-Bajee. You're gonna do that better through the air. Bolg has a couple tools to do that from the ground. When we find something, we move together, and we keep watch of each other. We track where we go, and we stay connected.
Points at the picture of Hajee-Bajee.
If he down, we not safe. Not safe at all. Coordination key. If there any big magic that you can do it through Bolg. Bolg can give it stability.
Okay, alright. We'll figure out how to do that when we get on mission. And he's thinking... There was something that you brought up that I'm blanking on now. I don't know if it becomes relevant. Oh yeah, when you said if Hajee-Bajee is down, things are dangerous. But at least if we find Hajee-Bajee, bad should be on him, ping him out. And that's at least half of
looks to the attendant and is just going to be like,
that good, or do we need to get him clear? Did he succeed?
Emergency ping out will be required.
Okay. Not hunker, though, right?
You will need to hold position.
Okay, so... Hopefully, one of the others is going to be alive. They can ping them out while we fend off.
Right.
Don't prioritize, that is secondary.
What's your spirit?
Okay.
2 pluses.
I think it would pick up that, like, there was, like, this moment, just, like, this quick passing moment of when you said, don't prioritize the other agents. This slight little, like, flicker of rebellion in Suto, but it's easily, like, pushed away, tapered away. Like, nope, you're right, that's not what the
What's
mission is.
Suto's spirit?
I think also 2. Let me triple check. Correct, it is also 2.
From the light flare of his nostrils, I think Suto could probably pick up that Bolg hated saying those words.
Okay, great. Awesome. That does make him feel better. Right. Right. And, identifying this magic. That one's a little bit more vague to me, not gonna lie. Looks over to the attendant. So, like, what exactly do you mean? Do we just have to be able to describe what the heck is going on? Or... Yes. Okay, well, I have eyes, you have eyes. This should be fairly easy.
Bolg blinks a big cow eye in your general direction.
The attendant turns on a heel and leaves the room. Final actions as the teleporters spring to life.
When Suto, he will prop his bat on his shoulder, and as he walks over to the teleporter pad, he holds out a fist towards Bolg, with the idea being that as soon as both of them step on the teleporter pad, they'll do a fist bump and just...
Bolg is going to go over to the commissary table.
Yeah.
He's going to find a toad. He's
the
going
toad
to take the toad and drink from it like it is a Capri Sun.
The toad's water emits from the toad, and it gives an indignant squeak.
Bolg is going to then show the toad to Suto as he walks towards
It looks
the,
shriveled and
towards the
dried out,
pad.
and blinks annoyed at having lost its water.
And he's going to pet it as he does and say, Hajee-Bajee works with toads. If you see any that look kind of... he probably nearby. He throws it as it goes... and he steps on the pad.
His fist turns into a thumbs up when you say that.
I thumbs up bump.
Thumbs up fist bump. And you feel your bodies begin to dissociate. The now very, very familiar tingling beginning in your feet and rising through your legs, leaving them asleep in its wake. Passing your midsection, your guts churn violently. Passing your chest, your heart flutters. Passing your eyes, your vision explodes into ribbons of color. The world falls away. There is a buzzing in your ears. And then, as swiftly as it came, it leaves. And you find yourselves in one of those wooded verges that often line highways. You know, the ones that obviously aren't maintained very well, but just have the branches sheared off such that on one side, such that nothing is overhanging where the vehicles travel. You're in one of these strange, kind of gloomy little wooded areas. Up above you, you can see the swirling gray sky. There's a nip in the air, pretty substantial one at that. And immediately upon porting in, with bracken all about your feet and like the occasional crack and tinkle under your feet of thrown bottles or crushed up soda cans, you would immediately notice that there is something very wrong here. Something in the air that feels wrong. There's nothing I can describe besides wrong. You are not in immediate sight of the highway, but rather than being, and you don't hear vehicles, there's nothing traveling on the highway, or you'd be able to hear it, but you do see the break in the trees where obviously it would open out onto the highway, and you do see one railing of the distant overpass as well. At a guess, for a normal person, like less than a stone's throw away from being in visual sight of the highway, though substantially further than that to actually being at the highway properly. You do hear behind you the thin trickling of some tiny creek in the woods. And in addition to not hearing any cars on the road, you do hear wind in the leaves above, but no sounds of animals, perhaps unsurprising given the time of year. Immediate actions upon porting in, we will begin with Bolg.
Just want to confirm, we don't even hear, the sirens? Not of, an ambulance or anything, but of, car collision. The little, Okay. I didn't ask about the tech, but I guessed it was relatively modern because highway.
Yep.
Bolg is immediately going to reach down and pick up just a clod of dirt, sort of rub it between his hands a little. Does as he's doing this in a very familiar way, does it feel weird in the same way that the air feels weird?
You find much more solace in the dirt.
Okay. So it's not a kind of magic that permeates everything. Yeah, I will do that, and just sort of, I have 1+ to reflex as I just try and be very still for a moment and just listen. I have no pluses to my sensory, but you said, again, in that same vein of the air feeling weird, is the wind weird?
The wind is not, though. Again, the wind doesn't feel odd to you either. Instead, what I would describe as being far more weird than that is, though the dirt feels fine, the wind feels fine, it's what's carried on it that feels wrong. Again, no birds, no migrating flocks up in the sky above. You hear the trickling of the river, but you don't hear, again, the sounds of vehicles. Before we go further with that, though, Suto, actions.
Suto is expected to be thrown straight up into the air, and seeing that his feet are still planted on the ground. He also takes the moment to pause, glances over at Bolg, who is hesitating, seeing that his partner is on edge. He then takes out his bat in an offensive stance to be ready to react to anything in their environment. He also has a +1 to sensory. In particular, he'll be focusing mainly on the weather/air.
Yeah. Air feels reasonably normal. Has a kind of like a shivery tingle to it, in kind of like there might be a cold front coming in sort of way, but nothing that you can precisely pin. While Suto wouldn't get the exact same feel as Bolg is about how things feel wrong, given that Suto's not necessarily the kind to be living outdoors all the time. Suto is from a modern society, and as such, with that +1 sensory, he would pick out something Bolg's ears couldn't. It's very distant, though. The faint kind of soft chirping of like car blinkers at a guess.
Got it. And, oof. Yeah, no, I don't think that he would be intelligent enough to discern how far away it is, but I think reasonably he would think that he could reach it if need be. But
pretty easy. There's like a whole chorus of them, and they're all from the same direction of the highway, which you can infer the existence of from the break in the trees up ahead and the distant overpass railing.
All right. Quick second of pause before saying over to Bolg. There's some cars down the road. What do you sense?
Air feels wrong, but ground doesn't. So, not the kind of magic that, spread and soak, just sort of like a layer.
Kind of sits, huh?
All right, you go up now.
Bolg is going to pick up another lump of like dirt. He's going to use his Earth Shapers, which are skinned is these like thick obsidian bracelets almost. And instead of having them sort of build like a gauntlet, they're going to build like a pad on his palm. He's going to grab Suto with said pad. He's going to rocket like his arm back and quickly launch using a quick geomorph on the sort of earth beneath me and the earth I'm holding to create a quick like cocoon over Suto, since it's kind of muddy earth, specifically with the intention to wet the leaves it's passing through so that you don't get like the classic whoosh sound, and also to add some extra oomph to the throw besides his 5 might.
Well, there's another very critical thing this does too. It means that Suto isn't ripped to bits by shitty little branches on the way up, which was going to be one of my immediate questions to you. However, Suto, as Bolg picks you up, rocks backwards, you feel a thin layer of mud like sleekly cover you, and then you are hurled upwards. You feel G-forces like drain the blood from your head. And you feel your cheeks like flapping in the wind as you go whipping up. And as you do so, the mud like streaks away from your eyes within like less than a second because of just the sheer force behind the throw. And you're still going up. The Bolg's natural strength and size, plus of course a good geomorph in there, is going to get you pretty freaking high. But as soon, like, by the time your eyes are free and are streaming with like thin tears from the wind, you're through the branches, well through the branches. What would you like to try to do as you're like soaring out into the sky?
Well, first, just the excitement, the adrenaline pumping from being thrown so high and whatnot. My heart is going to start racing. I'm going to feel it in my body. I would like to start storm brewing with my perk, bottom of the ninth, bases loaded. What is it? Bottom of the ninth scores tied, bases loaded up to bat, which allows me to start storm brewing with my heartbeat.
Yep. And what are you going to be trying to make here?
Right now, he wants to conjure up more, how do I put it? I guess begin a thunderstorm, just the beginnings of it.
Sure.
So
Easily
give
done.
it a combination of more clouds that are just ready to just pour rain, etc.
Totally. And as you go rocketing up into the sky, Bolg, job well done. What would you like to do from here?
Bolg is going to sort of, just he's gonna walk in the direction of the highway. He's gonna keep low initially, as if it matters, and is going to like check, like he's just gonna his head over the little like
the
lip of it.
embankment, exactly. And he has enough height that he can do so much.
The horns go first.
Yeah. And as you peek your way up and over, you get a better outline of the highway than what you were seeing previously, of course. You can see the cars, many of which are turned over, and some of which have been hurled like a ways away from some unknown epicenter. A few are even caught in high trees nearby, and one is folded over the railing of the overpass as though it were launched up from the ground and kind of like folded into an L shape around the actual concrete barrier of the bridge above it. There was probably moderate traffic when whatever happened, and many of the cars' lights are just like on and quietly blinking. Some of them make little quiet like chirping sounds, just politely informing whoever is watching that they are in distress. But you see no people in any of them. Or at least you don't see signs of movement. Bolg doesn't have good enough eyes to be able to precisely pick out more than just the fact that a couple of driver's seats are suspiciously absent of drivers.
Interesting. So, at this, Bolg is sort of looking ahead. You said it's sort of like an unknown epicenter.
Yeah, you don't have a full picture of the highway area.
That's fine. He's gonna look down each side real quick, and like, see if there's more overturned ones on one way. Actually, what direction are they overturned? Are like for example, Bolg doesn't have the concept of highway, so he wouldn't know which direction is inbound or outbound.
Of course, yeah. I'll speak
so
from our perspective for ease's sake, even if Bolg doesn't fully understand all the implications. Yeah. So to your the cars seem to have been traveling left to right, with this overpass being the point at which they were halted. That seems to be where most of the destructions happened. To the left, the way that they had been coming from, it's reasonably empty, as though something had happened and then the cars came in and maybe were destroyed after coming in over time. You even see that there's a fair few cars that haven't been flung and overturned and are kind of like neatly stacked, waiting to get past, but those ones aren't moving either. And you see that they either don't seem to have inhabitants or the inhabitants are hiding.
Okay. Well, Bolg is not going to be a comforting experience to anyone who sees him from this modern realm.
Yes.
This crazy thing happened. A 9'5" monster appears. Nah. So he's not going to go looking for survivors. However, given that it stops being as crazy that side, he's going to stick in the dirt, using his huaraches to like sort of slide across the earth, so that he's a little bit more quiet.
Yep.
And
what direction?
He's gonna move the not the quiet not the direction where it looked like cars had like waited to peel off. And there's no like oncoming traffic. You said this all just kind of happened, right? And this is a highway.
Yeah. You can see any oncoming traffic here. You do, however, see that on the other side of the highway, which is not easily viewable, there's like a big divider with some trees in between. But it does seem like there are still a handful of cars that are passing, but only very occasionally.
Okay, maybe it's a less used highway or it's like a local state. Irrelevant. I'm gonna go. If right was the direction where there were fewer cars that were stopped and chill, Bolg's gonna go left. Not getting onto the highway, sticking in that the ditch on the side.
Yeah. Do you want to be going towards the overpass where it looks like the epicenter was, or are you staying well away from that for now?
I wanna give it a wide berth first.
Yeah, that's what I had to feel. So
Hajee-Bajee
keeping to the left and circle.
Hajee-Bajee would not have gone straight in. He was actually a big fan of like hiding in trees.
He was.
So Bolg is gonna guess that he might have even led him on a bit of a chase. He's gonna stay in the trees, or in like the woods side, using that as some cover, hopefully, and is going to sort of look to see if there's any other, try and get close to the epicenter, but like in an arc, and especially looking to see if any of Hajee-Bajee's thrown weapons are lying about.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as you are looking about with Hajee-Bajee in mind, I'll be getting back to Suto in a very brief moment, you would actually hear something that would immediately be reminiscent of him, which is a faint "ee."
Give me my son!
And hunting around in the mud, you managed to find an indignant-looking toad, which was trying to rebury itself.
I give him a quick little like tip of the nail scritch,
Yeah.
and then I take my finger, push it in the nearby dirt, drop him in, close the dirt.
After planting the toad, the one thing I would note is you've hung out with Hajee-Bajee enough to know when he has drank a toad, and that one was a drunk toad for sure.
That's a drank toad.
Yeah. Before
Crush
we get...
you ever just
Crush
a toad?
the can. Yeah, you have an extra indignant squeak when you do that. Jumping back to Suto. As you are rocketing up into the air, again, your eyes are streaming, you are starting to feel your acceleration reducing, and almost all the mud that had been coating you has been, like, stripped from your body by sheer speed and air.
Lovely. Now that I'm feeling myself begin to slow down a little bit, I am purposely trying to let my cape flow in the wind. In particular, just to make it clear, he has his billowing cape currently equipped.
Yep.
And as he lets it ripple out behind him, as he feels his descent slow, he purposely wants to be floating and holding position where he currently is. And then he'll look down to get an idea of what does down look like based on how high up he is.
Yep, absolutely. And now that you're a ways up, you're probably at the height of like a low-flying helicopter, right?
Oh shoot.
You're a ways in the air. We're talking like 4 or 5 stories minimum. And so you don't have a panoramic view of your surroundings, but you have a view of your surroundings. You can see the overpass, you can see the interchanges that kind of wrapped up to it. You can see the occasional lonely car driving across the overpass, seemingly like maybe doesn't seem to be blind to what's going on. In fact, you'd even see that one car on the overpass is pulled over to there's a person going up to examine the car that had been flung from below and wrapped around the upper railing of it. But you can see pretty clearly where the epicenter seems to have been. You can see the destruction of the cars I described to Bolg, all seeming to emanate from like just before the overpass. You don't have a perfect angle to see what it might have been, but they seem to be emanating from there, and only on the one closer side of the highway. The far side, there is the occasional car that zooms past. Though you can see kind of in the distance on that far side of the highway, there are a handful of crashes like a ways past the overpass, of people going off into a ditch or hitting a tree or spinning out on a guardrail. And the other people driving towards them do not seem to slow down as they are approaching them. In summary, it is wrong. As
Yes.
someone who has driven many a time, Suto would just be like, this is absolutely not how people should and would behave on a highway.
Yes. And
Not to
there
mention
is
the
this
destruction of the cars, obviously, but pardon.
Oh, 100%. Like and also when I see these cars that are just occasionally passing through, it doesn't seem like they're not, at least as far as Suto can tell, speeding down the highway as though they're escaping, right? It's just like they're just driving.
Yep. Seem to be driving at normal speed, and then on the far side, the ones that pass will seem to like careen off and crash. Though the ones that are on the overpass don't seem to have that problem.
Interesting. Yeah, I appreciate that you described that because definitely the first thing he would be trying to look at is the overpass, since that was the first major structure that they saw when they poured it in. So that description helps. Um, Looking down, how far do the trees extend to?
The excuse me. Fuck. The forest around here is actually pretty extensive. This seems to be a relatively lonely stretch of highway. And so besides the highway itself, the overpass road, the only other structure that is currently in your eye shot is like a small gas station that is off of the overpass. So, people tuck off the highway, fill up, and then jump back on it.
What does the state of this gas station look like? Destroyed, intact?
Completely intact.
Okay, all right. Just wanted a quick check there.
It even judging by it doesn't look like it's very heavily trafficked right now, but judging by you can see someone who's standing out front of it. They seem possibly even none the wiser as to what's going on just up the road at the overpass area.
Gotcha. Now, after getting that quick surveil of my immediate surroundings, he's going to hone in. All right, I'm up here, so then I can try to find Hajee-Bajee from above. Again, not knowing about the whole, oh, he is partial towards nature thing. And I would take a guess that as he is looking particular in like focusing on the roads and whatnot, he wouldn't really be seeing, or does he see anybody? Let's start there.
That's an excellent question as well. And as he is looking and peering about, where's he focusing? Is he focusing on what seems to be the epicenter area? Is he looking at the gas station? Is he looking at like up or down the highway in any direction?
Yeah, great question. So from Suto's mind, he would kind of like start back to where he started to see the cars that were stalled on the road because he knows, okay, at least there are people there. I wonder where they could have gone, right? So he would start there and then probably go look up the highway, probably towards the epicenter.
Yep, absolutely. And so not looking past the epicenter further up the highway.
Not yet.
Yep. And looking in that direction, the only person or like shape that you would see is at a distant car wreck, like on the far side of the highway, not the side that all the chaos is happening on, but the one that like occasional cars drive past and then seem to crash in the distance. You can actually see a door swing open and a person stagger out and fall on the ground from that vehicle.
Okay. How far away are they from the epicenter?
Quite at this point, because it seems that they only crashed once they had gone, another several hundred yards from the point of the disaster.
+1 intelligence, making a quick deduction that this isn't Hajee-Bajee, given the intel that he was only in the mission for like what about like between like 10 to 15 minutes and is at a point where he wouldn't be able to ping his badge. So how could he ping his badge if he couldn't, how could he open a door if he couldn't ping his badge?
Hard confirm the deduction.
And from there he will look past the epicenter down the highway.
Yeah. And in that direction, you do catch a glimpse of some other action, though it's kind of through where the tree line is starting to block your vision, so you only catch a glimpse of it. You think you see a vehicle, maybe two vehicles, and a person, or like a human figure, who looks like they are keeping pace with the vehicles.
Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. That's unusual. So with this in mind, he's going to squint and he will put his, let's see, he would be holding, yeah, no. He would start tapping at the ceremonial drum given to him by Renal with his left hand. Just a steady beat for now, with the intention of powering his storm brewing, having it be now an external beat that the magic can hold on to rather than just be internal from his heartbeat.
Absolutely. And what are you trying to adapt the storm brewing with?
He wants to thicken the clouds so then he can kind of use them as a cover because now he wants to go forward towards that direction.
And bring them in lower, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Okay. What's going to be the quality of the beat to try to convey this thickening and lowering of the cloud line?
It will start off because from what I remember of the description of the bow drum, it's kind of like a skin and then on it. So he will
Yeah.
start off with like some taps on the top of the drum before scraping his fingers downward and then turning it into like a thump, like a steady thump.
No, that's cool. I like that. No, that's a really cool way of communicating it. Would Suto start to try to be hovering in that direction with his billowing cape?
Once he gets the feel that the clouds are starting to gather, yes.
Okay, and
Because he doesn't want to be too far away from Bolg, but he's very clearly wants to go a direction.
And to qualify, you're just trying to get into sight of it, or are you actually trying to move to intercept? Because you're not going to be anywhere near fast enough with the billowing cloak to catch up with this.
No, just to take a look. Correct,
Yeah,
not to intercept.
totally. And as you are shifting position, it's hard to make out as the clouds are kind of sinking in low and swirling about you. But you do see there's a couple of figures going on. One, there are two cars, though one of them seems to be like maybe being dragged by the other, or is like hitched to the other, or something like that. But is kind of swinging limply behind the first. You see that there is a figure who is standing on one car, probably looking backwards, and there is another figure who is sprinting after the cars, but is doing so in a strange way with these great leaps rather than like long strides. However, looking at that figure with those great leaps, there's two things that feel wrong about it. First of all, even though this is at a distance, the figure looks too silhouetted, is the best way I would put it. Like, even at a far distance, you can make out some color on a person. It is daytime, even though it's overcast. And that person looks like just a shadow. Second of all, just judging by their posture, that definitely looks like Hajee-Bajee. Definitely. Small, big jumps, weird tucked legs, but is moving at absurd speed, keeping up with a car.
Suto would not know how fast Hajee-Bajee is supposed to be based on intel from Bolg. All he really knows, other than his physical appearance, is that he's relatively squishy, at the very least compared to Bolg. But that's
Though also,
regardless.
Even then, Suto would be able to keep up with a car. But
no. That in itself is not the issue.
Oh, of course. But also, just looking at the guy's picture, that didn't look like the build of a person who would be able to keep up. Like, obviously, Enclave can do weird things, but even then, why would he be chasing a car?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Second deduction.
Yeah.
And I guess it looks like Hajee-Bajee, but against the... Well, oh god. Fuzz cakes. Because where his mind is right now is, like, it's... The visual is, I guess, triggering in him, like, oh, it is this agent, but there is that same question of why couldn't he just ping out if he knew that his mission was either already succeeded or failed, and yet here he is chasing a thing. And so there's this moment of hesitancy that he's kind of like fighting his instinct versus like the little bit of knowledge that he does have.
Yeah, absolutely. While we let Suto suffer for a little bit, let's jump back over to Bolg. Toad, repotted. What would you like to do from here?
Continue. Continue to go in, especially now that I know that it was nearby. Bolg doesn't have the sensory to go track like the other toads or find its footprints. So Bolg is just gonna start, keep his course. Again, he is so large. The only thing I'm trying to use my 1+ to reflex to is just to be a little quiet. It's just to like stick to earth and trying to avoid sticks and glass. Just step on ground so that I can,
Since you're cutting a big perimeter, are you actually going to be crossing the highway into the median, or are you staying like in the tree line on this one side of the highway?
I'm staying in the tree line for now. Just if I don't have any cover and I don't know what's coming.
Yep.
So I need, and if it took Hajee-Bajee 5 minutes to get overwhelmed, then I need to play it safe. So definitely
Speaking of what's coming, by
keeping.
the way, Bolg would hear something, a distant hum, and a car comes past. But you see it slow down so as to not crash the kind of like waiting queue of traffic. It's not a big queue; it's a small one, but the waiting queue of traffic. It comes to a halt, kind of not quite bumper to bumper with the one in front of it. And you can see that the car, as it comes to a stop, you hear a click as its door opens.
Bolg finds the darkest piece of canopy and tries to pull a deer in the woods.
Yep.
Just I don't. If it Hajee-Bajee wouldn't, whether or not he could drive, which I know he physically can't, he would not. That man abhors anything that isn't, his way, and cars ain't his way.
No, sir.
I know that there were two people who were not local to the area, but who were relatively modern.
Yep.
In the situation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit sort of in the tree line, stand to my full height, ideally trying to find like a big fir that I can stand behind.
Yep.
And I'm going to pull one of my cool thing about my circling stones, because I have a neat little skin on them. They are skinned so that instead of individual stones, they're worn on a belt in these links, and they are tethered together. 2 stones of this normal 8-stone item are tethered together to create bolas. I'm going to pull one out and just sort of lightly dangle them in my right hand.
Are you trying to get visual on the car or just listen?
I'm going to try and get visual on the car, and to do so, I'm going to pull a sort of. Normally, Bolg is in full plate and also has a fearsome visage on, so he's got all this facial gear. He's going to reach up a finger and pull down this like slat of bone that has these layers of weird, almost filament over the ends of them, which are my safety goggles, over my eyes, and I would like to look through the trees.
That'll do it. And looking through, and also a bit of the embankment, because you're not quite tall enough to see over it.
Perfect.
You would see that, and also looking through a bit of ar, but that's fine. Your safety goggles pierce this layer, and by the time you're looking at it, you can see that there is you can see that a person, presumably it doesn't look like an agent. It looks like a woman, maybe in her 50s. She's looking concerned, and has her hair up, has on a sweater, and also has out like a little device. Actually, Bolg's been in modern settings before. He'd know what a cell phone looks like.
Bolg is very familiar with modern because of all the people that he likes.
Yeah.
He just happens to not care for it himself.
Yeah. And you see that she's like typing into the phone, but is just kind of peering out. And then you see her taken aback and stagger backwards. And you can see something kind of bloom into view in front of her. It is very dark and has a shiny look. In fact, it's black, pitch black, but with a sheen like plasticine and a strange red underglow. Imagine a black so dark it was red, is the best way I can describe it. And this strange thing that blooms in front of her is exactly, though you're seeing it from a different direction, looks exactly like a precise replica of the woman, clothes and all, except, of course, is made of the same consistent, sleek material, and of course has nothing like irises to speak of. And as soon as she staggers backward, you can see that the replica that has bloomed in front of her leaps on her, pins her to the ground, and begins throttling her mercilessly.
I watch.
You see that she struggles and clasps and fights, but it's much stronger than her. And it chokes her to unconsciousness within 10 seconds.
Does it disappear afterwards?
No. Instead, you can see that it reaches into her breast pocket, pulls out a pen made of its same substance, uncaps the pen, and stabs her through the eye with it. It pulls the pen out, recaps it, puts it back in its breast pocket, and takes a seat in her car and closes the door.
What direction is the sun right now?
The sun is almost directly overhead, but the clouds are getting heavy, and as such there is relatively little natural light, though still enough to make for relatively easy daytime viewing.
Does the woman have a shadow?
The replica?
The real one. Did it have a shadow?
Let me think about that. I don't know if
Bolg is presented with an entity of some form of like black magic, of like its color and form is dark. His first assumption that it just appeared with no prompting is that it came out of her shadow.
And looking, she does have a shadow, and when it bloomed into view, it seemed to be less in her shadow and more kind of maybe a yard in front of her face.
Okay. I'm waiting for it to drive away.
It doesn't. The car is still.
But it sat in the car, correct?
But now that you're looking at it again, the car looks completely unoccupied. Your safety goggles at this point, however, flicker off.
This is fine. Bolg is going to very quietly, or again, quietly as he can, he is going to continue the way he was going and clock that. Actually, he wouldn't have. Actually, no. Could he hear that interaction? It was not near enough that it was all right. Did it make noise as it sat down? Did the car like
the car did kind of like
even
slightly sink? Yeah, it seemed to have mass.
Okay, so it has mass.
Although now that Bolg didn't catch this, but perhaps the car is no longer sagging. It's not something that he was paying attention to or would have known to look for.
No, he's trying to channel all the magical minds he's met and trying really hard to think about that, but that's not really his thing. But he's gonna. Right, so that can happen. It can happen out of nowhere. There wasn't a prompt. There was she came away from the epicenter, correct?
No, she was traveling towards the epicenter on the side that has traffic piled up. And she brought her car to a halt at the traffic, got outside looking towards the epicenter, typing something on her phone, and then it bloomed into view in front of her vision.
It had mass. Bolg is going to take a slightly wider berth around, but continue to flank around.
All right, if you're going to flank around at some point, you will have to cross the highway.
This is fine. So like if the highway's like this,
yep,
and there's an embankment in between the two. There's like, and let's say it's on this side. I want to keep as much space as I can, because for all Bolg knows, it's a proximity thing. Yep. And then just once you get close enough, there's no other bodies though, right?
Well, you haven't been able to look for them, given that for one, you never had the view line, and two, when you had your safety goggles on, you were only focusing on her engagement.
That's fine. I will. Yep. Yeah, luckily, it has a low cooldown, so in a little bit, after, yeah, once Bolg has moved 50, like let's say 60 Bolg paces, he's gonna take another look.
Yeah. Is he gonna be crossing the highway at the same, or is this a little
not yet
before? Yeah.
Nope. He's staying for now. He's staying.
It's very hard for him to make.
He's going in the same direction as it, and if he gets to the other side of the epicenter in the woods, that's okay.
Yep. In this case, he peering out. There are a handful of other bodies out among the cars, but not one per car.
There might be more people per car. Oh, so like it looks like some people might have run away.
Perhaps they didn't get out of their car.
Okay, he's not going to look in the cars for now. But yeah, he'll keeping that space. He's going to wait for. Actually, he's going to look up where he threw Suto.
Yeah, and you would be able to catch the faintest glimpse after peering around for a little while of Suto before he is kind of like partially swallowed up by the low flying clouds he has called in.
Okay. Suto can probably see down this way, so Bolg is going to find a nearby flexible tree and give it a little shukata in a way that's ever so slightly unnatural.
Before we go further, let's jump back to Suto. Now, Suto, having seen the distant figure and seen the car, what would you like to do?
I'm hesitating because player wants to ask if I see the shuka, but
I'll keep it easy and say that that's not even at the time you've synced up to yet.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, that helps. He's so single-minded on this thing. He makes the decision. He's got to check it out. This is probably related to the unusual magic phenomena that's been going out, and also there's this instinct in him of this is the opponent team that is running to the next base, and whatever this next base is, he's not sure, but he wants to quicken his pace now as he uses again the clouds as cover to, because he's not technically flying, it would be more like gliding downwards, since from what I understand, the billowing cape doesn't really project, at least not a lot of upwards momentum. It's really just like letting you float.
It can give you upwards, but it's only going to be at a walking pace. Like the billowing cape is great for omnidirectionality, but doesn't give you speed.
Got you. Oh man, yeah, no.
What are you thinking?
I mean, his intention is that he wants to go after this thing. Now, granted, with the billowing cape, it's not going to give him that much speed. It's not like as great it would be for him to have him on. He does not have his Teleria on. He has his running shoes on, or rather his sneakers from the free runner on.
If that's the case, does he want to try to touch down to the ground and just run?
That would make the most sense for him, I think, is he takes a look. If I look down, what's directly below me?
Directly below you would be the off, or would it be on or off ramp? It would be the off ramp on the far side of the overpass that would connect the highway to the overpass. So you'd be past the epicenter of the anomaly and would be kind of landing on the sloped asphalt that would lead back down and adjoin with the highway in the direction that you are looking.
All right, perfect. He wants to, out of the blue, downwards to get him down as quick as possible. And then from there, he's going to already just start running forward.
And as you strike, you would redirect onto like a metal signpost, and from there hit the ground running almost immediately. Not only do you have 5 fecking vigor, but also your sneakers give you a pretty substantial speed boost as well. And between is Suto like sprinting, or is he like at a run, at a jog, like what?
He is sprinting. Now I would like to add one detail, which is his training weights. So while he is naturally fast, he finds he's not out of breath per se, but he's finding that he's starting to breathe a little heavier than earlier than he's normally used to.
Does he have them on his ankles as well, or are they just on his wrists?
They're just on his wrist, so it's for this
the
motion.
Pumping action, yeah, exactly. And as he's doing so, his breath coming in the like a deep inhale, exhale, he is moving at absurd speed and starts to wrap round the gentle curve of the highway, quickly coming into sight of the strange procession up ahead. He's gaining on it rapidly. He's at a guess. He's driven cars quite a few times on the highway. They look like they're going well under the speed limit, let's put it that way. And you are going at or above the speed limit and are gaining on them quickly.
Speed limit or speed suggestion? Anyway, so with +1 to sensory, as I am running, do I see that there are other cars like on the highway, or is it at this point just me, the shadow, and this double car situation that's
So
going
there's on your side of the highway, that's it. On the far side of the highway, you're at like kind of a straight hilly bit. Way up in the distance on the other side, there was a single lone car coming in this direction.
Is my out of the blue off cooldown?
As you draw closer, it comes to that point, yes.
Okay, because I want to use my perk Rush to First Base, which allows him to use out of the blue as long as he's in motion, even though he's not falling down, and he wants to uh target the cars with the intention of reforming kind of like on top of it.
Yeah, the double car that you're chasing or the car on the other side.
The double car I'm chasing.
Yeah. And as you are rushing forward, getting within like how's he gonna like gauge the distance here? Is this just gonna be a pure like, seems about right, or is he like waiting for a specific moment?
It would be an instinct thing for him.
Yep, absolutely. As he is running closer, he sees something interesting. Now that he's getting a bit closer, the back car is beaten to hell. Like, the back windows are all broken, the back bumper has been, like, heavily caved in, the roof is kind of sagging a little bit. And additionally, he would even see the chasing dark figure hurling something that the car in front swerves to use the car in back as, like, a body shield, like a meat shield for it. And takes blow after blow after blow. Additionally, now that you're getting closer, you would also see the shadowy figure in better, like a bit of better light. And it's the exact same as what I just described to Bolg. It is a black so black it is red, shimmering like unnaturally plastic texture and hue. That photorealistically replicates every single muscle and fiber and hair on the body of the person. Definitely Hajee-Bajee. The loincloth is flapping in the wind enough to be able to say that for sure. But replicates it so photorealistically that were it not for the incredibly off color and texture and sheen, it would be indistinguishable from the real thing.
Shoot, man. What do I reform?
As you fire out, you come to, not atop the car, but having slammed into the shadowy Hajee-Bajee figure, knocking it to the ground. You can see that as it does so, the thing, the replicant or whatever we shall call it, because it's definitely not Hajee-Bajee, splits uncannily. It doesn't seem like it would have the mass to do so, but it becomes two people. Not only Hajee-Bajee, who remains, or that one Hajee-Bajee shape replicant, but also another replicant, who you would notice has two signs on it that gives you a lot of clue as to who it is. One, the Enclave badge that's up near the lapel, and two, the sneakers on his feet.
Mother, father. All right, great, cool. All right, how do I land? Now, granted, it's kind of weird because out of the blue...
I'm going to give you a land at a power slide, like a baseball slide, because that seems apropos. So you still have forward momentum if you want it.
Great, perfect. +3 reflex. I want to whip around, take a look at the two... Now, I guess the two masses. Does it look like they're like reforming slowly, or does it look like when they split, they immediately became their respective figures?
They immediately became their respective figures, but both of them were knocked to the ground.
All right, yeah, he's going to go straight for the, he finds a moment as he's skidding to then, like, push off the ground and start rushing towards the Hajee-Bajee looking figure, his bat at the ready, to swing downwards.
And as he does so, the Hajee-Bajee figure whips towards him with its strange, empty plastic eyes, and its face explodes into a grotesque mask, larger than a cloud. Snarling, gnashing teeth, eyes rolling, lid like pupillessly. And Suto, we've described some fear effects before. The Nightwing one would be a memorable one.
Yes.
This is beyond fear. This is like we're talking like a defiance on how to not literally shit your pants sort of fear. A like primal I am going to die sort of fear that rips through him so immediately it's like a blizzard on a summer day. Immediate responses.
Oh gosh, because at this kind of immediate fear, his fear would probably be like closely tied to his family. There's
Of
this
course.
feeling of if I die, what's gonna happen to them and whatnot. And in this realization, he feels like the weight of his training weights, and almost like as the way I imagine it is that while his legs are moving forward, his arms kind of like trail behind, and he ends up just kind of like tripping over onto the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. As he kind of slides into place, he's just kind of looking up at the giant, grotesque, ogreish face that is looming over him. Its teeth gnashing, its tongue kind of like pressing out in like a war face sort of manner, and its eyes bulging so large that it almost looks like they're bigger than its cheeks. As you do so, Suto would feel something that I could imagine being even scarier than the fear itself, which is for the first time in a very long time, he feels no connection to the sky, nor to electricity, nor to any of the powers that he is used to calling on, as though the magic has been scared out of his body.
Oh boy. I'm gonna need a moment to think.
Sure. Jumping back over to
This
Bolg.
is good, because I would have looked up for you as you went careening down towards the earth.
Precisely.
I would not be subtle at all, so...
Yeah. As Bolg is just about to start shaking that tree, Suto disappears in a bolt of lightning and lands on, like, pretty much as far as he could from where Bolg is right now. You could hear the distant crack of the lightning strike.
Okay. I'm gonna start going that way. I'm still in the embankment. I'm gonna go that direction. And as I go, Bolg is gonna start chanting under his breath, in his esophagus, in the same way that that Hajee-Bajee used to. Because at the end of the day, it's like, right, well, Suto knows what they're doing, right? And they're fast, they're tough, they've done stuff. They've just made themselves known to whatever this, Avengers level threat is. Sorry, Marvel, please don't at me. And is going to just, all right, well, guess we got to start finding the guy. So he's just going to start chanting under, like, deep in his esophagus, just Hajee-Bajee, 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 with as he also starts to pick up a little speed.
Yep.
And
now, as you are running towards Suto, the embankment is going to get interrupted by an off-ramp that was leading from the overpass, which currently crisscrosses your current position, onto the highway. So you'd have to be climbing up and going across the overpass road and then going down on the other side to follow in Suto's direction.
This is fine. In fact, I'm gonna stick to my guns. Bolg knows that something here can clone things. Bolg does not want a clone of Bolg around until he's in a good position to deal with it. He's gonna go around the off ramp on the edge so that he's still in the woods even though the air feels bad, the ground feels safe. And he's gonna sort of start angling himself, and as he does, he's gonna I would like to luck pitch that he finds an area of trees that are like widespread, because this is where like a ton of construction equipment was set up when they built this off ramp. So there's like a little bit of a corridor where he can just sort of run straight.
Oh, those do tend to happen. Luck stat?
Yeah. 0. But I was like, that's just something that's probable.
It is probable. But what I will say is that there's a lot of young saplings there, so you're going to be pushing through a lot. But
I have 5 might and 5 resilience.
Well,
I don't
you have
care
high
about
vigor
those.
too, I recall correctly.
I do. I have 4 vigor.
And huaraches on top of all of that.
And huaraches. Actually, I have a question. Trees count as terrain, right?
Well, forested ground certainly does.
Forested ground. Bolg is too focused to tell the trees he's sorry, as he would like to start hitting a stride, and as he does, he is in a place where he can run straight for like 5-10 seconds. Maybe 5. Let's
Sure.
shoot for 5. And he is going to activate Tremor Sense and try and feel out in that guttural sense for Hajee-Bajee.
Now, given that you've been doing the
Because
chanting...
he roughly knows that it's that direction.
Yeah. Given that you've been doing the chanting, this obviously is hearkening Bolg's mind back. And rather than feeling movement and vibrations of feet and things in the tremor sense, which you could easily get, you are pretty precisely trying to hone it in on finding one guy.
Can I tell you exactly what I'm looking for?
Yeah, please.
I am trying to hone in on his breathing. Because Bolg saw Hajee-Bajee when we were in the desert, and he got exhausted during some of those. He's trying to find that beleaguered, worn breath, and trying to find that little toad man whose gut will resound all of the vibrations that he's sending his way.
I'm going to need more specificity on it.
More specificity on the action, or what I'm trying to.
On the
or
paired
how I'm trying to
action,
pick it
on
up.
the energy work for it. Reason being is that picking out one guy's footsteps would be one thing on Tremor Sense, because that's something Tremor Sense likes to do already. But one guy's breath is like 2 big steps for Tremor Sense.
Okay, because the thing is, he's probably not moving.
Exactly.
If he's in
That's
a
why you
place where
couldn't
he
do footsteps.
cannot ping. I'm not looking for. Okay. In that case, as I start to run, I will sort of. Can I use the Horachas to allow me to just slide for a bit
Yeah, totally.
and just sort of barrel through, and allowing the item to actually take the steps? Because as I recall, Hajee-Bajee did a lot of dance
He did.
in a very sort of like haka kind of way.
He did
I
love
would like
hopping
to-
around. Haka is definitely much too dignified for what he would do.
This is fair. I would like to start hopping around. Instead of taking these steps or these, and as Bolg does with each budgie, he is going to use his resilience to push his facial muscles into these wide open shapes, and just
And as he is doing so, it's less of a pull, less of a pulse, and more of an inkling, more of a memory almost. You were thinking about Hajee-Bajee in your time in the desert, and every time he was exhausted, what would he always do? He would drink a toad, naturally.
I should have asked for toads. That would
And so, more than anything else, the tremor sense, rather than pointing Bolg in a direction, would point him toward memory. And so, too, would also indicate that rather close to him is a plump, buried toad.
I'm gonna get it.
Yeah. Thundering off of his
Hey, I have a
beaten
question.
path.
Does this count? This doesn't count as my common item toad, does it? Or is this a Hajee-Bajee toad or
This
my
is
common
a
item toad?
Hajee-Bajee toad.
Swag. Hey, I have a common item toad. Y'all don't.
We're
No.
probably going to need to reskin that as a nostrum with V2 coming in.
Yes, that's fine.
But for now, for these purposes, we can give it a send-off. And this is one of Hajee-Bajee's own toads, of which there are many.
Swag. Yes, common item is better than common
Frankly, common item drinkable
common item
toad that
toad
just
is
gives
better
you
than
water.
common
Yeah,
item.
I'd accept that
Hey,
for sure.
hold
Now, the as you plunge your hand into the ground and rip it out, the toad gives the usual indignant.
I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna look at the toad, be like, it's nearby.
This one is plump
gonna-
and waterful.
Hey, I have a question. I'm wearing a fearsome visage.
Yes, you are.
I would like to look at this toad. Be like, where's Hajee-Bajee? Find him or you die.
And the toad, puffing itself up to do its intimidation display, goes. Squeezing some water out of it. The toad kind of like wriggles a little bit in your hand.
Good. He's nearby. I have an idea. I'm gonna take the toad. I'm gonna put him back on the ground. I would like to I'm still sort of like running with this. Can I use the tremors from his stupid little feet to?
Well, I'll do you one better, because the answer to that would be an absolute no.
Not as the actual but like as the. This is part of Hajee-Bajee. This is something that goes with him. Even in places where there's no reason there would be toads. I would like to use that to hone in the tremor sense, feeling its little angry, stupid bonkety bonks.
Now, something I should note is the toad is not just trying to rebury itself. It is like awkwardly stumping off through the soggy ground.
I follow the toad!
Now, Bolg would immediately realize that this is going to take fucking forever.
I have a better idea. I'm going to put it back in my hand, which is really big. I'm going to put it in the back of my hand, and I'm going to run the direction it goes.
Yeah, and as you do so, it's going forward for a little bit, you're running, and then eventually you'd see it kind of like, you have to like reset it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it would kind of change direction. You can re-English it. Toad compass acquired.
Toad compass!
Jumping back over to Suto. Suto, facing the giant, terrifying, ogreish, like, phantasmagoria that is looming in front of you, what would you want to do?
Yes. You know what's funny is that not quite the same situation, but one of Suto's key moments as he was getting up there as an Enclave agent was there was a moment where he doubted himself so much that he was not able to use his powers at all. And now there is this kind of but that one came more from like how he was feeling. This one is more magical in presence. But nonetheless, it still unlocks to him that kind of familiar feeling of helplessness. But then that also brings in who a wise graybeard, which is sorry, Tomash, I still can't pronounce it.
Vitas or Vitas.
which is yes, had said to him about. I'm sorry. Had said to him about how who he is as an agent, and who he really is, even with or without his powers. Right? It's not quite enough to cut through the fear, but with this memory starting to be triggered back into him in combination of his war paint, which empowers defiance up to a mid impact, his fear, he will actively try to turn it into anger instead, anger and defiance, as he will want to get up and not look at it directly. He'll have his head kind of down with his Spangenhelm kind of looking at the creature instead. He'll want to stand up and have his bat at the ready at an offensive position.
Your will stat is quite decent, if I recall.
It is +3.
That's great. Plus a war paint bonus. Suto would be able to take to his feet. His magic still feels much weaker or more remote than he is used to, but his bat isn't, and nor are his muscles. That said, as he is doing so, he would get the faintest inkling of a threat coming in from his right, and maybe a little bit behind him.
I bet. And clocking that in, he's going to raise his bat and then kind of give like a war cry as he begins to run forward. It looks like he's going to go for a swing towards the black shadow in front of him, but instead there is, I would say that with him now on his feet, feeling that he has some semblance of control, he'll actually want to run right in between where he between where this black figure is and where he imagines the other black figure is to kind of escape, remembering that his mission isn't necessarily to beat these things, but to be able to investigate what's going on.
Absolutely.
So he needs to be able to report and to be alive.
Is this at full speed?
As much as he can muster.
Yeah. And Suto bolts to the side. He feels like he can feel something hot on his heels. And he would also see something whip past him like a projectile that goes hurling out end over end and takes down a tree next to the highway. But also, as he goes rushing off, up ahead, the car is coming back towards him. It seems to have decoupled the like meat shield car it had been using, and instead is driving directly back towards him, the wrong side of the highway, naturally. Whipping towards him with the guy standing on the top firing a grapple gun towards Suto.
Is he catching up to me?
He's coming straight towards you, and he's firing out the grapple gun ahead of the oncoming car.
+3 reflex, so I have enough to baseball slide underneath?
Oh, pardon. This is not the dark figure. This is the guy who's standing on top of the car.
Yes, he's standing on top of the car. The car's going towards me, right?
Yes.
That sure sounds
Yeah.
like a free runner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I have enough to baseball slide under the car?
Absolutely.
And do I do so successfully before getting grabbed?
Yeah, and as you do so, skidding like low and getting underneath the car, it's actually quite an easy maneuver for someone like Suto. However, the car shrieks to a halt and tries to pull like a heavy U-turn as the guy is recovering his grapple gun. You see that he looks panicked, terrified. His peaky face is like twist up as he screams to you, "Get in! Get in!"
There's one alive.
How old was this one again, by the way?
Teens.
Robbie?
Free runner is adult.
That's right.
Freerunner is a teen. It's the strongman and the illusionist who were in their 30s.
I may have 3 will, but this is a kid, and this will be enough for Suto to like then like actively pause and like hesitate because it's like, oh gosh, this is one of the agents and they're alive. Yeah, he'll then skid to a stop and just like take 2 seconds to like stand, look behind, and take into fact that this kid is alive, and then run towards him.
And as you do so, you see that he's like stomping on the hood of the car, screaming, "Gas! Gas!" And you can see that the person inside, who is a balding fellow in a suit, he's sweating buckets, he looks absolutely petrified. And he is like, one hand is messing around with whatever like gear shifting implement he has, as the car's wheels scream against the gas and he starts to bellow forwards. The kid on the top like swings in through one of the back windows and kicks open the door with his foot, and like pops up through the window yelling for Suto, "Jump in!" as the car is starting to whip past Suto.
Yes, +3 skill, 5 vigor, even with training weights. Yes?
Easy.
Jump in? Lovely. As soon as he jumps in, he's going to be breathing heavily before yelling, "Ping out now!"
And as you yell this to him, the kid doesn't respond. He's still like looking over like his shoulder out the back window at the 2 figures, like the 2 dark figures. But the man in front, who speaks in like a ragged set of gasps, says, "Haven't been able to hold position. Chased. Constantly chased."
Oh, are we like driving away from these 2 black figures now?
Yes, like as very far away from where you like when you initially pinged into the mission. And the balding man looks over his shoulder, a bit risky when he's driving, of course, and would say, "Did you see Suki there?"
Listen, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, crackerjack. He like points, like he sticks his head out and then like points. No. Oh, fuck.
And you can see that Swinglow, who is in the car with you, is just staring in existential terror at his replica, which is running fast enough to keep pace with the car. Even without like another car hanging off the back, he is catching up to it and is moving at absurd blurring speed, though the Hajee-Bajee replica has been left in the dust, not nearly able to keep pace with the car.
Suto is going to peek out the window and then look over towards the driver and says to the both of them, okay, there's another one on this mission with me. Let's try to rendezvous with him.
Then you see that the driver, Moors, looks back, and you can see in his eyes just terror. Going back?
Seeing this, he reaches around, puts one hand on his shoulder, and then the other hand on the driving wheel, and says, don't worry, there's more of us now. We got this, hold on! And then he's gonna turn the wheel with him, and my hope is with, despite how kind of ridiculous he's looking, with his Vishivanka, which hopefully shows the feat of him standing up to the shadowy figures, combined with his heroic, how heroic he looks with the Spangen helm, will give him enough leeway to be able to turn the car against his will, against Morse's will.
Absolutely. Now, 2 notes. First of all, do you want to stay on this side of the highway, or do you want to cut across to the other side of the highway, given that the median is pretty even here?
Probably the latter.
Yeah. Second of all, given that you have a triple plus to skill, do you want to do the first official expertise pitch of V2 for driving?
Yes!
Yeah.
Yes!
Because I will give you that so many times. It's like literally a perfect lead-in. We've even been discussing how Suto's drive plenty of times back at home. And as you do so, you see that Moore's hands are literally shaking. You know, if you've seen if you've seen depictions of soldiers in war who just are shaking and cannot stop, he is in that boat. And
yes.
Whereas on the other hand, Swinglow is still just like looking out the back of the car. You can feel him kind of like tensing up as whenever his doppelganger is getting close. But then as you guys barrel across the median and get onto the other side, the doppelganger is once again briefly tries to catch up and then is left in the dust once again, though still is coming on very, very fast. Now, with Suto having taken the wheel, so to speak, does he want to try to like get himself into the driver's seat?
If Moores will allow him, because at first he'll just kind of like be controlling, but then, he'll be getting more and more into it and just kind of like be almost leering over Moores to the point where he's almost like pushing him off of like the driver's, like getting him off of the driver's seat so he can climb over and just do it himself.
Moores is not in great shape, and as such, it's a little hard for him to extricate himself. And in that moment when no one is touching the gas pedal, Swinglow would scream from back, "Gas! Gas! Gas! It's catching up!"
Would I be in the driver's seat at this point? Because upon hearing this, I'm just gonna
you could just vault into the thing and like drive this thing. This thing can go pretty fast. It seems as though their attempt to have like a shield on the back, well, probably pretty smart, definitely slowed them down a bit as well. Because this thing is doing enough speed that it actually starts to outpace the doppelganger. Though admittedly, the car doesn't handle beautifully at these speeds. It definitely doesn't like being driven to these speeds. But nothing that 3 pluses to skill can't handle. As you are whipping back in the direction of the anomaly where you ported in towards, you can see that the overpass is slowly starting to come into sight again. What would you want to do?
Because here's what Suto's thinking, right? He wants to drive he wants to drive as fast as he can, and eventually, with his now new perk, Tag Out, out of the blue, everyone, including the freaking car, all the way across the highway to where we started off the mission.
Holy shit. It's definitely feasible.
Gas.
It's
Yes,
it's gonna take a pretty substantial chunky piece of energy work, but if nothing else, you have a few moments to prepare that. That said, as you are doing so, Swinglow has finally turned back around. You can see in the rearview mirror, his face is like, it looks more just shocked than anything else, as he says, I think we're outpacing him. I think we're outpacing him.
Okay, yeah, so he's saying I think we're outpacing them. Okay. All right. Suto is not slowing down if Morse hasn't like moved over to the passenger side at this point.
He has fully moved over at this point, admittedly in a very undignified manner.
Good. Because he would have just sat on Morse's lap if he didn't. But regardless, Suto, he's like trying to go faster, and then as soon as Swinglow finishes, I think we're outpacing him, he will yell to the both of them as though they were his own kids, put on your seatbelts now!
That's perfect. And you can see that Moore's, without hesitation, goes to his. And Swinglow says, I gotta be able to move, man!
No!
And he immediately puts it on, not wanting to deal with Suto. And
Angry baseball dad says, "Put on your seatbelt." You will not get McDonald's after if you do not.
And once seatbelts are donned, what would you do?
Yes, this already kind of puts him in the mindset of an occasion where he is running late to an occasion with his wife in the passenger seat, his kids in tow. They're all like panicking, we're not going to make it in time. And Suto's like, we are going to make it. I have a license. I know how to drive. And with that, like, thing in mind, his heartbeat is going. He's like leaning over the seat as though like physically leaning over makes the car go faster. That is going to begin to activate his out of the blue.
That's awesome. And just shifting to the other side of the highway.
Yes.
And as you do so, this is not a clean, like, zoom. This is like a, and like, it takes a moment for the car to dissipate and reappear. And of course, it reconducts immediately onto one of those big, like, interstate sign overhang things. Taking that out in the process, just completely decapitating the giant sign, but leaving the car continuing to go ahead on this side of the road, with, fortunately, the force of out of the blue absorbing the shock, so you don't have, a sign embedded in your hood. Now,
right.
As that got me so bad.
Clip that moment. Hit him with the taxi.
The taxi. Oh gosh. My baseline ass thought, could it be a taxi?
It's so funny.
It is now a taxi.
And as you do so, up ahead, you can see the scrum of cars that are forming around just in front of, well, beyond in your case, the overpass, and a couple of cars inside of the overpass as well. You would also immediately see that the underside of the overpass is wrong. It looks like it is made, just the underside of it, is made of the same so black it is red, perfectly shiny substance that the replicas were made of. And the second Suto lays eyes on it, he feels a deep, twisting, existential fear in his stomach.
Sorry, describe one more time, where am I in relation to things?
You have just leapt over onto this side of the highway, going against the flow of traffic. Up ahead is the overpass, with all of the scattered, destroyed cars all about it. Underneath it, and also beyond it, in the direction that the cars are supposed to be coming from towards you. No cars are moving towards you at this time. And from this position, you can see the interior of the overpass. You can see the underside of the bridge and the columns that makes up the overpass. And all of the overpass's interior looks to be made of the same so black it is red, perfectly shiny and smooth, oddly plastic-looking substance that the replicas were made of.
But that's just the underside of the underpass, right?
Yep, exactly.
Car isn't magic. Again, like, he's terrified with fear, but he doesn't take his foot off of the gas.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, there's quite a few big cars, and that were not even big cars, but just cars that have been turned over and brought off to the side and tipped on their edge that are littering the area. And so, are you going to start slowing down to navigate them, or are you accepting an impact and have a plan for that?
Accepting the impact with a plan.
Excellent. Now, as you're doing so, you see Moores is like pushing himself as far back into the chair as possible, as though that will spare him the impact, which he can also see coming. And you hear him sputtering, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?" as his eyes squint shut.
He can't help but respond, like, can't help but respond as he's holding onto the I got this, Jane. I got it. I got it. I got this, Jane. I got it. I got it.
And as you're doing so, in the backseat, you can hear over your shoulder just like whispered strings of profanity by Swinglow. Now, as Car is about to impact, what would you like to do?
Getting closer and closer and closer and closer. Again, this is just like pure instinct, but it's different in a car versus hitting something with your baseball bat, but so many times before he has used thunderclap at the moment that the bat makes contact with the ball, that he wants to have the same effect in where when he's supposed to make impact with the car, instead unleashes, like, he's like holding onto the wheel and like using it almost the vehicle as a conduit to thunderclap through the car the debris away.
That's sick. That is so cool.
As Tomash put, hidden in chat.
Oh, is that what he put? Let's go!
Wow. Talk me through the action leading into it. You've given me a lot. Give me a little more.
All right. Are you looking for a paired action, or are you looking for something more?
Paired action.
Paired action? Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah. So there's going to be a moment where he, like, lets his foot off of the gas a little bit. He hears like a fuck from Swingo, and he says, "Language!" Down that gas.
I knew it.
Perfect. And you go through the piled up vehicles, some of which are like on top of each other. You go through them like a bowling ball through pins. They go scattering, slamming into the sides of the overpass, flung out beyond it, and the car is, are you trying to bring it to a halt in so doing, or keep on the speed as you blast through?
Keep on the speed.
And as you do so, this pushing through this immediate barrier brings you into sight of something. A large armored car. Just big, chunky, like bank-style armored car that is just where the overpass, like vehicles would be starting to go into the overpass. And as you've blown through all these civilian cars, Suto gets the distinct impression that he won't have nearly as much luck with this thing.
No. It's out of the blue off cooldown.
No, it's not.
Give me a moment to think, or do you need like a split action?
I'll give you a moment. I gotta jump to Bolg anyways.
I would love to know what Bolg is doing when he's hearing, deja vu coming around the corner there.
Well, first of all, with Toad compass in hand, resetting it as he's tromping through, Bolg is brought not necessarily to where he may have thought he was going to go. He is brought up onto the overpass, onto the top of the overpass.
Oh, no. I'm scared.
He sees a couple of pulled over cars up here, not to mention another vehicle that's like wrapped around the top railing, like I've mentioned a couple times. And he also sees 2 dead bodies on the overpass, near to where the wrapped around car is on the rail that would overlook the pileup down below. But the Toad isn't stopping here. The Toad is pointing you across the overpass.
Shit. And I don't know. I'm following the toad. I'm just sort of like accepting. Damn. But Bolg will even just say lightly under his breath. Damn. And he's gonna keep moving with the toad. He's still got his. And in fact, what he's doing is he's so that he doesn't have to use his offhand to reset the toad. And once it gets too far on a finger, he just boop,
taps it back
and just plops it back, plops it back into his hand. But because he is definitely going to have a bola still loose in his right hand at the ready.
Yeah, you're most of the way over the overpass, when to your right, the way of oncoming traffic rather than the traffic that was leading to the destruction, so the far side of the highway, you can see a distant car absolutely peeling out in this direction at enormous speed.
So I clock that and I go, yep. And Bolg trusts. Bolg trusts. It's not his car. He's gotta find the guy.
But up ahead, you do actually see something more indicative, and the toad is pointing towards it. A series of trees that have been ripped down, like by an enormous bear.
Any chance I see? I'm not trying to dip into the luck. I'm trying to dip into my guess of what happened. Do I see any of the Hajee-Bajee's boomerangs nearby as I'm moving in? I'm now starting to move quickly. At this point, like, all right, shit's happening. If there are beasts that are gonna come slinking out of cover, they're gonna come out. There's weird magic that can apparate. I won't have a chance to deal with it until it happens.
Yeah, you do not see any of Hajee-Bajee's boomerangs. What you do see is that there aren't claw marks on the giant trees.
Yeah. I'm gonna go that way.
And that's when you hear the crack. Not of the out of the blue, though that will be not terribly in the future from where you are now, but the crack of a tree, and the groaning sound of wood falling, and a sweeping noise, and the rustling of leaves, and a distant thud and clatter.
Would like to use my safety goggles to look that way.
And peering through the woods, you can see a black-red shape. Quite small, like almost Hajee-Bajee's size, but very different proportions. Holding a tree over its shoulder like Suto holds his baseball bat as it looks around.
I would like to quickly try and look through the canopy a little to see if I can.
Oh, you see one thing. You see a car that doesn't have its its trunk attached, like the trunk was ripped off. A car is embedded in like the second story up of the trees.
Okay. Hey, is there like a moped nearby? Or a motorcycle?
Neither of the
Or
above.
is it all cars? I would like to grab the smallest car near me.
There's no cars near you. Those would all be below on the highway. This is the overpass road, which is much less trafficked and had nothing besides some parked cars out on the bridge, which you're well past at this point.
There's railing on this, correct?
There's
a railing on the overpass?
You've just come off the overpass, but you could like double back for a moment and grab a piece.
Yeah, I would like to quickly double, or if there's a downed tree near me.
Yes, there is.
Cool. I would like to take that tree. I would like to, just like I threw Suto, launch it into the air so that it will go.
So we're talking a reasonably small tree.
Yeah, I want to try and point it in a direction.
Yeah.
I see a thing over there. I would like to throw this in a place where I am not, and it is not, and like see if I can push it somewhere. Because Bolg looks at that and goes, "Nope."
Yeah.
Nope. I am not here to fight this. I hope as much as I can avoid it.
He knows his own strength. That looks stronger than him, at least physically.
I mean, Bolg's tough. That's pretty tough.
As the distant sound of the tree cracks through the woods, you can see that the figure immediately turns, swings its massive tree trunk, and starts to clear cut forest as it like wades in that direction. Just like vroom, vroom, just knocking down other trees and smashing saplings in the process.
As Bolg recalls about Hajee-Bajee, his senses are quite keen, yes? Or
Yes,
no?
they are.
I would like to squeeze my toad. Just a little. I would. Yeah, and then I will pet him a little and say, sorry, sorry. And then I will keep going in the direction the toad asks. Or the toad directs.
You make your way forward.
Quiet. At this time, again, trying to use my... Actually, I'd like to use my Horachas so to run at a bit of an incline on the overpass.
Yep.
So, like, if the overpass, highway, overpass, on, like, the ridge of it, so that I'm, like, a bit slanted.
Yep.
Just, I don't want to know what this thing is. I want to not engage. I would like to try my best to keep body away from it.
Yeah. And as Bolg best he can slinks through the woods, up ahead, he does... At the very least, he sees the figure carving off in another direction. But up ahead, he does see something else. The trunk of the car that was up in a tree is on the ground, kind of like listed up against a tree to the side.
Anything under it?
No, but it is closed.
Well, trunk is closed, but the rest of the cars... Is there another downed tree nearby, or like a large log?
Oh yeah, a couple.
I would like to redirect it. If it was going one way, I'd like to find the tangent between myself and it, so that I have some stuff to hide behind.
Yeah,
and
totally.
I'd like to pick up the trunk.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this being an entire car's trunk, it's like not the lightest thing, even for Bolg. And as you do, you feel something kind of thudding around in it that makes the proportionality quite off.
Bolg's gonna put an ear to it and give it a light shake.
And you hear inside, "Oh."
Bolg is going to respond by going, and then he's going to turn the fuck away.
Yeah. Where's he gonna go?
He's gonna go back where he came from. As he's going to... Actually, this time what he's gonna do is, given that he doesn't know if this thing's smart, he doesn't know if more can appear, he doesn't know. But he sees a big thing and is trying to direct it in a different direction. So he is going to one more tree. This time, he's going to sort of touch the root, like put a finger into the root underneath like a tree.
Yep.
Like not a redwood, but a tree. And I would like to geomorph.
Yep.
This so that it is full, like, so that like there's just like a pillar of earth like 2 times the size of Bolg just goes like a bullet.
Yeah, and punts the tree.
And then punch the tree and then returns to the ground.
Yep. The tree like a breaching whale and crashes in the forest a little ways away.
Yep. And
you hear the telltale
Bolg's...
crunching of the foe wading their way through to try to find it.
Bolg's going back the way he came. He doesn't think he can hide from these things.
Yep. What is he doing with the trunk?
So he bringing it underarm.
Yep.
Just.
And as he troops back to the overpass, or is trooping back to the overpass, he would hear the distant, like, rattling explosions of the thunderclap that Suto put off, echoing out from underneath the overpass.
Bolg is going to take off one of his elephant swords, which are spatha, that are skinned as these little sheaths over top his horns.
Yep.
He's going to pull it out. He's going to take one of his bolas. He's going to flatten them in his hand, given that they're sort of semi-controllable. I like to try and sort of press them so that instead of being just rock, it's a little flatter.
Yep.
At least on one face of it. And I would like to carve with the sword into the rock. Got him. Like to look in the direction where all the thunderclaps are.
Yep.
and I would like to aim for a one of the highway signs that is still up.
Yep. And there's a distant clong as it hits.
And it wraps and sits. And then I'm gonna check the truck.
And as you
in case I need to bring those back.
Pop open the trunk, you see inside the small, bloodied, crushed figure of Hajee-Bajee.
He gets the toad hops off his hand into the trunk.
Hajee-Bajee looks so small and feeble in comparison to how Bolg is used to seeing him. He looks like every limb in his body is broken, not to mention plenty more besides. He's bleeding from his mouth. He's missing an eye. He's absolutely ruined. Not to mention the fact that he also is just so covered in awful red-purple bruises that it's even hard to kind of tell his normal skin tone. However, as you open the trunk, he pops open his gigantic ping-pong ball eyes and says, "Ah, Bolg.
You look like shit."
Bolg is gonna pull out his pipe and just sort of put the end of it in.
He says, "Thank Bolg," and takes a puff on it. "Hurt."
Bolg sees that. Bolg gonna try to get you out of here.
No.
There's another.
No.
That's Bolg's mission.
No. Job not done.
Your job was to figure it out. Do you not know what it is yet?
No.
Damn.
Need to find the eye drop, they call it. They dropped their eye.
Was this the thing that the other team was bringing?
I think so.
Okay, that's in the underpass. Is it safe to walk go up to it?
Very dangerous.
Okay. You need to figure out a plan in about 1 minute before Bolg is just having us go, because that's Bolg's mission. And when a mission goes this bad, follows the new mission.
And Hajee-Bajee would consider and say, "Your mission, find Hajee-Bajee.
And make you get out alive. But also my mission, figure out what the magic is."
Yeah, your mission not done.
Damn. Well, you start thinking, Bolg.
Lots of thinking.
Bolg saw some of it.
Bolg is then going to, as he moves across moves away from whatever that giant thing was, he's going to relay to Hajee-Bajee about what he has seen, just to corroborate.
Yeah. Don't know what to call it. The mud thing. Lots of them. You look at the bridge under, and it makes one of you, and you cannot harm you. Yeah.
This is good to know. Bolg hasn't looked there yet, and Bolg can feel things without looking, so maybe safest for Bolg.
Yes, exceed your power. He says, the juniors. He kind of tries to point, but his arm is too messed up. He says,
"Yes, they not part of the mission. Only get you. If they die, they die."
"Yes, I pulled Hajee-Bajee out."
Okay.
And after another moment, he says, "They said they dropped an eye, and I need to get it."
Nowhere.
Largest can on wheels.
Okay. You were in here.
Bolg is going to pause for a second. And what he's going to do is he's going to take 2 of his remaining bola.
Yep.
And I have a question about Full Plate. Full Plate is able to conjure itself onto me. Can I slightly alter the way in which it conjures it? It is reconjured?
I would accept that with energy work.
Okay. So in that case, what I'd like to do is I'm going to take two of my bolas. I'm going to wrap one of them together so that they're a long strand. I'm then going to close the trunk for a moment, leaving the ends of the bolas still free so that they can sort of reattach. And what I would like to do is, in a moment, doff my armor and just sort of hold the bolas to my chest.
Yeah.
And don it again so that it incorporates my bolas. So the circling stone item in sort of as a backpack holding the trunk on my back.
That's kind of a cool idea. I see what you're going for there. Yeah, that's kind of sick.
Because the other thing is, like, most of the time when there's like a trunk, you can get into back to the rest of the car.
Yep.
If sort of for like putting stuff down and travel. So he should be able to like take the back out a little bit and be able to touch Bolg.
Yeah. Although if he had better use of his hands.
That's fine. Bolg will use. So thinking that through, I have my spatha out. I'm gonna so that there's a back for him because he'll be protected by the Bolg back.
Yeah. Hajee-Bajee would say as you are getting him into place, kind of like tipping and thunking around. Admittedly, he's probably in immense pain, but he doesn't tend to show
But
it.
it's Hajee-Bajee.
Yeah, exactly. He says,
He doesn't show things.
If Bolg tip, Bajee fall out. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Bolg understands that, but hopefully...
I'm going to close it.
clunk.
And then I'm going to sprinkle the locking mechanism.
Yep.
So that it is closed, and even if I like jostled, it would stay.
You hear in a more muffled fashion, mostly coming from the hole you cut.
Now Bajee no fall out.
Yay! Bolg is like, man, I've never had to rescue this guy. He normally rescues me. Shit. And he's gonna, he's gonna now say,
Okay. So, two options. Right now, we on the overpass. Bolg guessing that it nearby somewhere. Try to go get it right now as soon as possible, while nothing trying to kill us, and Bolg will cover Bolg's eyes.
He says,
Not cover eyes, good. Makes there no Bolg one, but other will come and try to hurt Bolg.
But Bolg can hurt those.
They, Bajee see that the junior, they take some of them, the not ones, and they run away and it follow.
So they're driven to kill.
Yeah.
Bolg saw one appear in front of a lady.
Hey, really quick question. Was that lady I saw a random woman, or was that the illusionist?
it looked like a random woman.
Okay. This is acceptable. You said middle-aged, and she was from modern era, so maybe.
Yep. Moore's the illusionist.
Oh wait, do I have them background?
Yeah.
Like, it was the guy I was about to say.
Yep,
Suki,
and then
I
Suki is
swapped
the
Suki.
bodybuilder.
So that means is it? Oh, okay, cool. I was swapping Moores and Eggard there. All right,
Yep.
We're good.
Okay. Bolg is gonna try and see through the ground. What this eye feel like?
Don't know.
It feel like anything?
The juniors say they dropped an eye. I was looking for it.
Okay.
Bajee said, this bad thing, very bad. Bolg see it bad, very bad. God,
Have you already seen it?
yes,
Do you think it makes more than one of you if you see it?
not no.
Will it make one of you?
Bolg is running through the magic of like, well, if it sees him like this, does it make a copy of him at his best, or does it make a crippled Hajee-Bajee?
And as you're thinking this, Hajee-Bajee says,
Bajee eyes will be new moon.
Okay. In that case, maybe you should poke out a little bit.
Bolg is gonna take his thumb and he is going to turn the thing into a little bit of a cat backpack.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Hajee-Bajee can.
And you hear,
Buddy, try get up.
and you would feel Hajee-Bajee's long tongue kind of pull the rest of his body up as he kind of like tries to awkwardly poke out of the little window. You would feel his tongue then wrap around your horn so he can kind of pull himself up and peek over the top of your head. His tongue is clearly still out. And it says,
Yeah, I will give him another puff
So
that he can calm down a little bit.
and as he
Bolg's
does so,
gonna
he
take
says,
one himself.
Buddy will not see.
What?
Bolg wouldn't be able
Bajee
to
will
hear.
not see?
Sounds right.
Okay. Grab. Bolg is going to bring his fearsome visage and sort of put it against his eyes for a moment.
Yeah.
He's really scared that if he uses Tremor Sense, that will count as seeing it. But Tremor Sense isn't seeing; it's
not.
feeling.
Yeah. And if it was all senses,
It'd be fucked already because it could hear me, it could smell me.
yeah.
This is what Bolg is going to do. Bolg is going to place his hands on the top of the overpass and like with his fingers sort of wrap them like from one side to the other. He's going to use a geomorph. After once he feels the armored car, which I know that's knowledge Lee has and not Bolg has, but feeling the big metal whatever the hell Hajee-Bajee
Can
carried
on
it.
wheels.
Dog. Yeah, the can. Once he feels the big can on wheels instead of the little can on wheels, he is going to pause. He's going to feel out every inch of that can on wheels. And he is going to use Geomorph to pull up, and as he does, raise the portion that he's on, and then have it tear, so that he gets a little bit of extra air, and then he is going to pull his body in. And Bolg hasn't done this in a while. This is a thing Bolg used to do.
Mm-hmm.
He would use. I'm going to try to use my horns like a tuning fork, and impale them into the ground, and what I am trying to feel for is something small going dink, 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 dink. I have felt everything here stable and not move. I'm trying to find this eye. I'm trying to find something that isn't a car inside or near a car.
Oh, excuse me. I hear a little creature outside of my door. I will be right back.
Get the creature.
I'm internally screaming.
What do you need help with?
It's so tense, yo. Oh my god.
Yes,
I found my boy.
make a creature sound.
Time to take a soup of sip. God damn,
And
it's
I'm gonna
bloomerisms.
go grab water then.
And yeah, Tomash, I don't. Bolg can't clown car. Unfortunately, there are no cars that will non-magically allow him to. Maybe that should be my skin for a warhorse. It's just a massive. It's like one of those hippie vans. He's 1,500 pounds. That car isn't moving. Oh, like Flintstone, the car. Just. Oh boy. Oh man, I wish I could make that bongo sound for real with my face. That's not something I have the the capacity to do yet. I'm working on it. Every day. You heard it first here, Internet. One day I'll be able to perfectly replicate the Hanna-Barbera bongo sound with my face. It's not happening.
Okay. Pardon me. Now, finishing up that action.
Yeah. I'm using my 5 resilience and 3 will to not open my eyes.
Boom. And as you slam your horns into the ground, feeling there's that distant can on wheels, and when you jostle it, unfortunately, there are many little ting, 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 ting that happen inside of it, as though it had many small implements aboard.
Peace.
A Bolg will say to Hajee-Bajee, he's like, as he pulls his head out.
There are lots of things in the can on wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Best idea to just get the whole can of wheels.
Bajee think no. The bad is inside.
We want the bad?
No.
Okay.
We want the eye the bad came out of. But the bad is inside that can. And also outside a little.
Okay. Bolg is going to guess that when you see these things, if you've already seen it, not gonna make another. Because otherwise, why aren't there 9 billion Hajee-Bajees? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Let's go find the others.
Tomasz has
Bolg
the
gonna keep his eyes closed.
best comments. 2 ancient Greek philosophers debating.
This is so like Socrates versus Diogenes over here. And I don't know who's who at the end of the day. This really is like, hey, we getting the eye? And he's just out here, behold a man as he holds up a freaking defeathered chicken. Anywho,
behold a can, and he shows you a car.
Behold a can. He shows you a car.
Indeed.
Bolg is going to turn in the direction
What
that
is it? I can't really help you with it, but I can do it. If it's very quick, I can help you, and then I need to finish what I'm doing.
Do I need to go yell at him while you're dealing with... Here. I will... So for those of you who are at home, and those of you listening, I live with Robbie. He's my best buddy. And I'm uncle to the children, so when they need extra hands, I go yell at them. Rob, do you need me to wrangle really quick while I'm cut away? Do you need me to wrangle for a second while I'm cut away from? Or are they good?
If you want to briefly check in with Lovey, you can, but don't...
I will do so.
Yeah,
be right back.
Thank you very much. All right, now jumping back to Suto. Armored car,
Yes.
What do you want to do?
How far away is it?
Imminent.
Imminent? Do I have enough time with my reflex, right, to see this thing, wish desperately for a ramp, and then remembering the pair of sneakers behind me, I like reach out, one hand on the wheel, the other hand like reaching back for the kid, right? I want to force him to hold onto this wheel, right? Like to hold onto the wheel with me, and I just yell, "Ramp now!" I want him to use Dare.
Awesome. That is so cool. You do have the double plus, or triple plus actually, to reflex.
Yes.
That's actually so cool. Okay. And as you grab his hand, slam it onto the thing, you can see that his brain, perhaps acting automatically, goes not for your, like, he has one hand on the wheel, but his other hand reaches down to the not the gear shift or the stick shift, but the parking brake.
Oh.
And he grabs the parking brake, pulls it, the car starts to spin wildly because it was already on slightly an ungainly trajectory. And in so doing, as it's going, the tail of the car clips the buckled railing that lines the highway.
Uh-huh.
The car barrel rolls in midair, lands on its roof on top of the armored car and rolls off of it onto the other side, going end over end 3 more times. Moors is yelling in terror, and
Yep.
Swinglow is holding on tight, tucking his head down and in and squinting his eyes shut.
Yep.
Suto, fortunately, is spared having his skull caved in by the fact that this car is fortunately designed to at least not crumple like a soda can when put on its roof.
Interesting. Okay. So, yep, I have not removed my foot from the gas. Are we still moving forward?
And as you hit the other side, you are still moving forwards, but much slower. The car was clearly damaged by that. And there's a lot more cars on this side that you have to swerve and like weave through to navigate.
Yep, but nothing as big as like the armored car.
Yeah, though up ahead there is like a big solid wall of stopped traffic. You also see there's quite a few bodies around here.
Okay. I take a look. How much longer till we're out of the underpass? The overpass, rather.
You are out from underneath it at this point.
Oh, thank gosh. Okay. In that case, as the car is slowing down, like he wants to like force his foot off of the gas, but it's just out of like pure nerves and whatnot. Like he's just like unable to take his foot away.
Yeah.
And he's just saying like he wants to push on actually yeah no like he's unable, like out of nerves he's not able to like put his foot off of the gas, so what he does instead is that he forces his other leg then to like slam on the brakes. And he's just trying to like stop this thing.
Yeah.
And then like he'll like subtly hint that he can't really move his legs by like trying to like one hand on the wheel, the other hand trying to like push his leg off of the gas.
And as you are doing so, you hear in just kind of in your ear more like hissed, like indistinct profanities from Swinglow. But at the same time, Moors suddenly kind of flashes a hand in front of you, and Suto's eyes are pulled towards him, given that Moors just flashed a folding fan, and Suto's legs are relaxed as his mind is taken off of the road in front of him.
Ah, perfect. Should be enough for me to then remove my foot off of the gas. And I just want to bring this car to a stop now that we're out of the underpass.
Yep. And as it rolls to a stop with white steam coming out from under its hood and a intense smell of burnt rubber all about, you would hear, as Moors is looking straight at you, he says, "Listen, whatever you do, do not look at this stuff. Don't look at it. All right?"
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
But
he says that without looking at him directly. He's just like kind of like still looking forward.
He says,
"You two need to get out."
Right. Swings. Remember, we're not looking at all. And Swinglow would slowly release his claw-like grip on the steering wheel, and they would slowly open their car doors. You can hear Swinglow whispering, "Please, please, please, please," as he steps out. And Moors says, in back towards the car, "When you look at that stuff, it makes a copy of you that tries to kill you. And you can't hurt it. You can't. You can't do anything to your own copy." That round fella was trying to figure it out.
He can't help but ask, "Did the others?" And just stop there.
We all looked. Eggert went down. Suki drove off with the round fella after he got hurt.
Suki, hold on. So this is the player speaking. So Suki drove off with the round fella after he got hurt. Oh.
Yeah, so Suki probably rescued Hajee-Bajee.
Yep.
We tried to get some of the doubles off of him to let him get away. But we don't know where mine is.
At this point, have both of them pinged their badges?
No, neither have.
Oh my god.
And we don't know what happens when a double kills someone. And he trembles. We couldn't. We had no idea what would happen. We had no idea this would happen.
Neither of you have to find out. Get out now. Suto is kind of like shakily getting out of the car himself at this point, too.
Where is he facing?
With being the last one to exit, and with the two agents advised to not look at the thing, he will deliberately avoid looking at the overpass.
Yeah, so you're facing towards oncoming traffic, which is obviously stopped. And Moores says, if you can find her, Suki and I joined together. Please.
He will put his baseball bat on his shoulder and then like kind of grab him from the side, giving him a side hug and holding him tight, like giving him like a reassuring squeeze. But even with that, he's trembling a little bit himself.
I'm not a warrior, man. I'm a coward at the end of the day.
Hey man, I'm not a warrior either. But at the end of the day, don't we just want to do what we can with what we've been gifted?
I guess so. Swinglow would say, well, I mean, we can help though, you know? Like...
No! Like a very sharp no comes out from Suto.
Well, we pulled those other ones off.
Taking a deep breath.
We can get fire off you.
Taking a deep breath before exhaling out. And then, in a shakier voice, he's gonna say, you two have done fantastically. Your part of the mission is done. And I don't want to see any other unnecessary deaths under my watch.
If this is what fantastic looks like, maybe I should quit while I'm ahead.
Your decision is up to you. But Enclave chose you for a reason.
Moore's hand would touch his badge quietly, and then he would flick out his fan and say, Swings. Yeah. Reckon any of these cars are still good? And as Swinglow is looking, Moore's, using a basic sleight of hand trick, touches Swinglow's badge.
Is it an emergency ping out or is it instantaneous?
This is an emergency ping out.
Got it.
However, he says, after a moment, Swinglow says, I mean, that one looks not bad. Yeah, let's go get in there. Just keep our heads down. And Swinglow
If
says,
Suto tries to swing his other arm around Swinglow, so he has like one arm around Moors and the other around Swinglow, will Swinglow let him do that?
Swinglow doesn't fight him off. And he says, there's got to be something more we can do, right? There's got to be something more. And
There's a lot more people to help out there. The best thing you can do right now, both of you, is to survive.
And Moores shakily would pull a set of glasses out of his pocket. And he does a basic veneer to make the lenses black, pitch black. And he hands them to Suto. In case you can't help but open your eyes, you know?
He'll nod and then, like, grab him from him.
And the two move over towards the car, open the door and sit inside, and Moores continues the same veneer and paints all the windows black. Suto would hear a tremble around him and like a thud, and the ground shifts slightly beneath his feet, and you can see a couple of the cars are kind of like jilted by it.
Does it feel like it's coming from behind me? The force?
Yeah, it's definitely coming from behind you. You actually would hear the armored car kind of heavily thud back onto the asphalt.
Again, okay, at this point they're inside the car. Suto will remain outside as these two are sitting inside the car. With his +1 to sensory, would he get the... Does it sound like it's something chasing or running towards his direction?
No.
Okay, didn't think so, but just wanted to make sure.
Of course. He would hear feet on the highway if so. And that just felt like a bump more than anything else.
Right. You can call me Suto, by the way.
And you would see that the headlights on the car flash twice in acknowledgement. What does he want to do?
He wants to make sure that these two are going to ping out successfully before making his next move.
And when they do, you can tell because the veneer leaves the car windows. Though, thanks to potentially energy work, it does not leave the glasses.
Lovely.
Bolg.
Can Lee pitch that as the veneer fades off of the glass, that this is where Suto would see the hanging bola on the nearby highway sign in the reflection?
I am perfectly okay with that.
Swag.
And
you see him like try to read out the letters. At first it's like backwards. He's all like, what in the... Oh wait, it's mirrored.
Yeah. And you would see in the distinctly Bolg-shaped bola with the clunky "got him" on it, dangling on the sign, having recently flown into and dented it.
He'll see that his eyes will widen. He'll look down at his badge and realize it's not pinging yet.
Yep.
Right? He will take in another... Actually, no. He'll need a moment to just kind of like collect himself before rushing over to help Bolg. I think for Suto, that would look like realizing that the two agents have now pinged out. he will kind of crumple onto the ground onto his knees, just like he doesn't have to stand up, at least not at the moment, and just kind of let the fear that he was feeling before kind of overtake him. He'll like punch the car couple times in frustration because there was a moment there in as part of his energy work where he thought his family was in that car, and there was this very real chance that he could have like killed his family, and that terrifies the ever loving crap out of him.
Absolutely. Now, jumping back over to Bolg, what would you be liking to do from here?
My eyes are shut, and what I'd like to do is now I'd like to take a big drag off of my pipe, off of my churchwarden pipe.
Yep.
I would like to take a very big drag. And as I do, I want to push it with my thumb to make a little bit extra smoke come out.
Yep.
And what Bolg is going to do is Bolg is going to create just in front of his eyes, smoke. The blackest smoke that this pipe can create. Normally it's light and gray. This has this has cinder in it.
Yeah.
And he's gonna right in front of his eyes, just so that he doesn't have to forge the thing. And is going to run towards the armored car, keeping the smoke right in front of his gaze so that all he can see right here is cloud, but so that he can see his feet.
Since he's on the overpass, is this going to involve hopping down?
Oh, well, I just opened the overpass.
Oh, yes, of course.
With my geomorph to go under.
Yep. And hopping down and in.
Yep.
You would be able to tromp towards the armored car. Now, I should note, given that your eyes are closed, you would bump into strewn cars now and again.
You know what? To make this easier, but I'm keeping this just so I can again see if there's something useful. Like maybe I'll catch one of Hajee-Bajee's thingies somewhere, like in my like foot periphery. Bolg is going to sort of grab his the rock maul. Which is sort of, he's big enough that he can wear it on his back. Haha, back sheaths are lame. And he's just gonna, like, with each step, just like step, swing, step,
Sweet.
swing, step,
Yep.
swing, and just clear and wait for Hajee-Bajee to be like, we're getting close.
Now, there is one...
Just step. Whee!
The car goes flying. There is one serious issue with this plan. The smoke obstructing your eyes would work great were it not for the wind.
Oh, then I'll just close my eyes. This is fine.
Yeah.
That was so I could have something, but at that point, I'll just close
You will probably not have any.
I was like, piss. Yep. Actually,
Yep.
I have a better idea. I would like to bring down my safety goggles. I would like to, when you're swimming and you get water in your goggles.
Yep.
I would like to have it so that I could just see at the little tipsy bottoms of them, so that I can look down a little.
Yep. And as you were wading your way
'Cause I can
through,
manipulate the
clong, 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 knocking away cars, Bolg and Suto are now completely caught up in time. And Suto would hear not only the distant thudding of Bolg and the smashing of cars as he is making his way kind of closer, but also Suto would feel rain. The thunderstorm he started earlier has, at this point, really heavily built. He didn't even realize how much it had been thundering up to this point, and now it's breaking, with a good amount of rain swept in for good measure.
As he's starting to collect himself, and whatnot, at the beginning of all this mess, it was described that I didn't feel like I had a connection with my magic or to the weather or to lightning. Now that I have a moments of pause, do I still feel that way, or do I feel like I have
completely reconnected? In fact, Suto isn't sure how long he's felt that way for, but it feels now as if it had never gone.
Perfect. Alrighty. In that case, second question is as he stands up, gives one of these like, okay. He'll put on the shades, but have it lowered down so then he'll be able to see out of it just for the immediate moment, and he'll look towards the underbrush. Do I physically see Bolg? He's very hard to miss, but...
Well, given that most of your vision is completely obstructed, if you kind of like peek just a little bit under the bottom of it, you can see the faint outline of Bolg's shape as he's bashing cars out of the way and is moving in your direction. You can see that between the two of you is the armored car, and that does seem to be what Bolg is moving towards.
Second, how is my... I take it that in terms of stamina, I'm still pretty good. How's my essence?
So, you have triple will?
Yes.
Triple will. You are still green, though very low green.
Okay. Great. Perfect. Now, he is going to start at a light jog, and as he's doing so, he is going to reach over to his pocket and start holding on to something circular. It is the star crystal that Clouds Burn Bright gave him. He's going to start imbibing it. He's not going to use it yet, but he's going to start imbibing it.
And as he does so, he and Bolg would reach the armored car at about the same time. And while Bolg would not see Suto, Bolg would like clong his hammer into the armored car, which is the first thing that doesn't just move out of the way as soon as he whacks it.
Hey, Hajee-Bajee, you see anything? Bolg not seeing. Bolg can't see right now.
Bajee's
Bolg?
eyes
Bolg,
new
is that
moon.
you?
You would hear Suto, though.
But you thought, but it already made one of you, right?
And Hajee-Bajee says,
Bajee, yes, one maid. Do not know if would come back, maybe.
Bolg has an idea.
Now is the time for my toad!
Now, before we get to that real quick, Suto, or would Bolg respond to Suto when Suto calls out, Bolg, is that you?
Oh, Bolg is gonna sort of... Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, we here. We're over here, Suto. Hajee-Bajee, this is Suto. Suto, this is Hajee-Bajee.
Wait, why is Hajee-Bajee still here? Ping him up already.
No,
Can't.
Bajee mission not done.
Our mission isn't done. Still need to figure out what the magic is. He's the best person to figure out how the magic works.
Yeah.
Bolg has a theory. Bolg's theory is that once you see the thing that makes the weird clone appear that tries to kill you, that you can't kill, it only makes one. Bolg is gonna test the theory.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
so
would like to...
the gears in Suto's mind is working as he begins to, like, again, go closer.
Yeah, you're in like conversation range to Suto, or to Bolg really comfortably at this point.
Perfect. So I'm pretty sure I fought the Hajee-Bajee copy already. So you're thinking you're gonna make him see the darkness again, or whatever it is?
No, Bolg's gonna make a very small toad see it, and then kill the fake toad, and then make it see it again. Or just not see it a second time. Who knows?
Bolg is gonna
Bolg,
dig a big old
very
finger
good,
into the dirt.
very good, Bolg.
And as you grab a toad up,
I have common item code.
and would you point to the toad?
Well, hold on. This is very relevant. Choose another player to pitch a very weak positive effect for it to grant when drunk from, like a Capri Sun. 1 use permission. Meek, I will give you the honor of A, choosing it yourself, or B, throwing it to the people in chat to choose one.
Oh my gosh, whoa! Audience participation.
I'll put it in the thing so you
I
know what
have-
you're doing.
I have ideas swimming in my head, but we do have the Critter Master here.
That's true. We do have
Come
Critter
on,
Master
I would be
Thomas.
very curious what he and the audience comes up with.
Yeah.
My favorite example of the sort of thing I've gotten from these guys is that they've immediately cured a urinary tract infection. But just that. You ever drink a toad that's just pure cranberry juice? Out here on the Gerson diet with my toads.
No, the question I would have is
That
how relevant is the effect to pointing the toad at the dark substance?
Not at all. That's why I'm letting it. That's why I was like, "Oh, chat can do it. That'll be fine."
Nice.
As I would like to start using the toad as a like a little
Dowsing
Oh my
rod.
metal
God.
detector.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And
Yes, I have familiar face of the toad. No, I'm drinking this toad. Fuck you. Because it doesn't kill the toad, Rob. This is the same
That's true.
toad that cured my urinary tract infection. The little purple one with the spots on the back, the really small one
You
that just
actually remembered that one. That's insane.
I remember everything. except for my tax info, but that's unrelated.
Yeah. And as Bolg does so, and would recognize the distinct of this particular toad, and would point it, there's a beat's delay, and then Bolg would feel something jump on his hand, and his toad going...
I immediately start killing the other thing.
How will you kill one
as,
toad without killing the other with your big meaty
Because I was holding it
paws?
like this. I'm holding it like this.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Like covering it.
I'm holding it. I can feel it, so I just use my other fingers to just be like, fuck off. Because it's a toad. It's relatively stronger than itself, which is a toad.
Yeah. And you do manage to knock the replica toad to the ground.
Alright, cool.
No, it's still alive, right? It's still.
It's
I'm gonna
still
put
moving,
my foot on it to make... I'm gonna... Can I use the yeah, I'm not gonna kill it, but I want to put pressure on it.
Yeah.
Just to hold it there. I'm now going to point the toad in the exact same place where when it spawned.
And as you wait, no secondary toad attacks.
Suto, you said you fought. Oh, you said you fought the Hajee-Bajee clone, right?
Yes, yeah. Totally wiped him out. It was awesome. You should have been there.
Cool. It gone? You certain it dead and destroyed forever?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm probably only about 72% sure.
Can you go back the direction they were and see if he's still alive, please? That determines if we succeed or not.
He looks at the sunlight peeking out the other side of the underpass, right? And says, "You want me to go through there?"
Bolg. All Bolg knows is that there was one of these that made of Hajee-Bajee. If Hajee-Bajee look again, and there's still one out there, Hajee-Bajee can see, which means we can find the thing, figure out the magic, solve the problem, and leave naturally with quick ping.
Yeah.
Otherwise, not gonna succeed, probably all gonna die.
The only thing I got from that was die, and I don't like that, so
Yeah.
it's gonna...
Not good.
Yeah, if you find other Hajee-Bajee, Bolg remembers you've got the funny zappy balls. Throw the funny zappy balls over here. So
I can
Bolg
throw the
hear
funny zappy balls. And at that, he
Thank you.
will... Oh, gosh.
Funny zappy ball, not good. Bad magic.
Bolg understands, but for once, trust the bad magic.
Am I close
Bad magic
to...
gonna help us understand the other bad magic.
Am I close to Bolg now?
Yes, very. You're pretty much like touching distance.
Perfect. In that case, Suto is going to, like, reach out to Bolg and then, like, pat until he finds his, like, hand that doesn't have the toad, and will drop the star crystal in it and says, "I was gonna use this on myself, but I'm feeling okay. Maybe Hajee-Bajee would like it or something, I don't know."
Hey, Hajee-Bajee, you want some funny magic that Bolg can't see right now? Bolg's gonna say that for once you're gonna listen to Bolg.
Ed is gonna give him the star crystal.
A big weather guy gave it to me. He's pretty cool when he's not Not being
Hajee-Bajee
cool.
not like this magic.
But what? Hajee-Bajee, please don't make Bolg throw you. You being unconscious and being ported away will help constitute a mission success.
To which he says,
Bolg has thrown Bajee.
Bajee is hurt right now.
Yeah.
and Hajee-Bajee after a moment says,
Feed to Toad. Bajee drink Toad.
Open up.
and
Why are you giving the toad the star crystal? Like Suto does not understand anything about like the whole toad drinking thing, and is just going like,
Yeah.
"What are you
and
doing?"
Hajee-Bajee's loud, monotone voice cuts over Suto.
Toad good. That magic bad. Toad make bad magic good.
Was that
and-
how that works?
Trust the toad magic.
Yeah.
The toad magic has helped Bolg a lot.
Hello.
You can.
Look at this. You've made a chia pet, my darling. Oh, you want me to open it? I see. Here you go. I thought you were showing me.
Hey, Robbie, tell your wife she's lost her books.
Lee says you've lost your books for interrupting me, Mama.
Love how you're like, "Oh, what is this? Oh, you want to show it to the class? No, I want you to open it."
Yeah,
Oh, right.
I thought she was showing how funny the sprouts looked, which is such a her thing to do. Anyways, and normally a toad could not be convinced to do something like this, but the star crystal compels people to want it. And so the toad wraps its teeny little mouth around a portion of it and starts trying to like shove the whole thing in its mouth, and in so doing, gradually works to imbibe it. Shove it into the yeah.
Bolg gives Hajee the toad.
And
Good.
Hajee-Bajee's tongue would like wrap around it and pull it towards his mouth.
Right.
You hear the toad go,
No.
Right. Suto, once you go, Bolg is going to make this place into a fortress so that they can't try to come in and kill us. Okay?
So all you want
You
me to
remember
do?
in the mountain pass? Gonna be.
All
that
you want me to
again.
do is kill this other copy of Hajee-Bajee.
No. Confirm it exists and keep it alive. And by that I mean find out it exists, run like hell, and then throw the balls at us to let us know.
Got it. And
Because then Hajee-Bajee can look.
Yeah. Bajee look good.
before, just rewinding a little bit, when Suto sees that the toad has like completely like the star crystal, he can't help but give a little ha, like given that it is given to him by Cloudsburn, right? But
Indeed.
at current time, he's about to like take off before pausing for a second and says, "Don't suppose you have any advice for the whole getting rid of your magic thing, because I didn't like that at all."
Oh. Don't have magic. Much better.
I kind of
Hajee-Bajee's body isn't that tough. Here.
And I'm gonna give Suto one of my elephant horns, one of the spatha.
how is it size-wise? How does it compare to Suto?
Probably about a sword for him, I'd imagine.
In Bolg's hands, they are daggers.
Oh, I see. Okay, in that case, he
They
has
are
like
quite
a
small.
bat in one hand, he has a spatula in the other,
Yeah.
and
Good.
goes, "All right, all I have to do is just fight, potentially protect myself against a copy of Hajee-Bajee without looking at it and without using any magic." Yeah, totally doable, guys.
Oh, you can look. You can look at the copy.
Yeah, just not at the thing in this place.
Yeah.
Bolg saw one before, didn't make a copy of Bolg.
Like a spawning pool.
He thinks back to when he saw the Hajee-Bajee copy, and that feeling of terror kind of shivers a little bit, but nonetheless, like, nods and says, "All right, give me 5 minutes." And at that, he is going to turn around and then run out from under the underpass. And then his goal is to then begin sprinting over to the last place where he saw the Hajee-Bajee copy. But going over the underpass this time. Going over the overpass this time.
Hajee-Bajee would say conversationally to Bolg,
I have no minute to give him.
Bolg understands. It's a turn of phrase that the other people use. Bolg doesn't much get it either.
Why does he want them?
It's not actually that we're giving him a minute. It's a dumb phrase. Sort of like, let them eat cake. Of course they eat cake. Cake is for eating.
What?
People say silly things when they try and, use more words than are necessary.
Yeah.
And Hajee-Bajee says,
Good toad. Made bad magic good.
Very good.
Bajee arm
Yeah.
can move.
This is good. Bolg is gonna start making this place so that they can't come get us if something goes wrong.
Good.
And Bolg is going to plant his palms and start long casting Geomorph for his perk Labyrinth. As he's beginning, like, sort of grabs onto the earth, and the initial part of the sort of paired action is sort of I'm gonna use an arcane manifestation to have just the earth and his palms become malleable, and he's gonna start drawing out the traffic pattern. And then start to create these winding intersections around it.
and as you are doing so, you start to feel a tapping of big flappy feet inside of the trunk on your back, and you start to hear
Hajee-Bajee, Hajee-Bajee, Hajee-Bajee.
as he starts to chant.
Bolg will join in and will present his horns over toward Hajee-Bajee to hold. And sort of using, he has found where the armored car is, doing a dink dink and then like a present.
Yep. Now, jumping back over to Suto, as he goes rushing off, going underneath the overpass, how's he going to manage this?
No, he wants to go over, so he wants
Nice.
to.
Okay, pardon
Yes.
me. Nice. And over just like running up the off ramp and the on ramp, or is he going to be billowing cape? If you said this, I apologize, I forgot.
No worries, no worries. I didn't set it up, but I imagine it'll be a combination of using his sneakers, which gives him improved jumping speed, to find if he can't make it all.
That's such a fair point. You can totally jump that height.
Okay.
Totally jump that height. I was not thinking. And after clearing your way up onto the top, would he still be like really careful about his eyes? Because obviously he'll need them to do things like land jumps and set them up.
He will, and based on how he was able to see Bolg silhouette through the glasses, he's hoping or having enough faith in them that he will be able to, at the very least, see the silhouette of the environment around him to be able to find viable places to land.
Yeah, and if it was darker, you'd have a lot more trouble. But with the dull, like rain-dappled sunshine that is still coming a little bit through the clouds, you would be able to at least make out enough to be mobile. Dropping down onto the other side of the highway and landing it effortlessly, would you be taking off the glasses or keeping them on for a moment? Because obviously if you're looking out up the highway, you wouldn't be able to see anything.
He's gonna do like one of this by like raising up his them up, but not taking them off.
Yeah. And as he does so, he would actually see a figure. And the figure is trotting up the highway in the direction of the overpass. The figure is shaped not like Hajee-Bajee. Pretty far away, like almost a quarter mile.
Got it. He's gonna clock that in. He's gonna go look over to the last place where he saw Hajee-Bajee.
Yep, that would be like even further up the highway past.
Oh, it'd be further up? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Because there's a curve to it. And you guys were going fast when you were driving on this area.
Let's see. Quarter mile away. Doing rough calculations in his head. He wants to see if he can take a quick look and then come back to the figure.
Yeah. How does he want to do
Does that
so? Like jog it, like run up a little bit, getting closer to it, and see if he can look further up the curve of the highway and then back?
I was thinking something more direct, where
Sure.
he would be like, all right, that is there. It's traveling at this rough speed. Again, like not using any exact calculations, but thinking that's going at a jog kind of speed, as though he's clocking in the movement speed of one of his opponents as they're making their way over towards a base.
Sure.
Right?
Is he looking for like ETA?
Roughly. As but he essentially wants to sprint over to where he last saw Hajee-Bajee.
Yeah, that would be again further up the highway past the jogging figure, like well past
Right.
it.
So he'll end up jogging past or
I see.
sprinting.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yep. And as you are running in its direction, however, the figure starts running towards you, like increasing its speed from a jog to a run, and starts to really put on the pace. They're approaching you now at maybe not the same speed, but a similar speed to what you're capable of.
Ah. Ah, I see. I see. All right, sounds good. He's going to realize what he's seeing, and then he is gonna think to himself, "Oh, that's..." And it's awkward because he... Ooh, could I pitch that as I am running, there are some fallen cars that I can scrape my baseball bat against?
Oh yeah, you'd be able to get at least one while you're in this direction.
And that... Great, awesome. I want to scrape against it. There's going to be some sparks flying, but really I'm trying to get some electrical charge in there because my plan is to take he's going to essentially like run towards this thing and then take a swing.
Yep. As you are doing so, charging up your bat, it's putting on incredible pace. It's actually outseeding your speed, or you're exceeding your speed. And as it does so, it raises a hand and a weapon blooms into position, like almost like it grew out of its hand, of the same substance, photorealistic minus the texture and the color.
Yep.
And you recognize it as a grapple gun that it aims towards you.
Ah! Got it. Okay. He's gonna continue what he wants to do.
Yeah.
What he was working on earlier.
What's that going to be?
Run towards this thing, and he'll want to swing at it. If he sees that the grapple gun shoots, then he is going to, with his sneakers, jump up and then land down.
Yep. And sure enough, the grapple gun fires off, and Suto leaps, his speed bringing him easily into striking distance with this leaping attack. And as he does so, as he's like nearing the apex of his leap with his bat over his head, he can see that the figure down below, moving with fantastic agility, would not like retract the grapple gun, would leave the tether out for a moment, and would start to like pivot at speed to the side so that Suto will land like right next to it, and it would be awkward to change the striking angle. What do you want to do?
I'm trying to imagine it. Sorry. So like I'm above it, and then he essentially like sidesteps.
It's like a side and instep, such that you're overshooting him.
So would it be then I would be over him, like this way?
Yeah, but only by like a foot.
Sorry, visualizing. I think I get it. And it's awkward because not only is his left hand not his dominant hand, but he also has the training weights. He will try to make like an awkward like twist and then like jab with the Spartha towards the figure. Since from what I imagine that would be the closest weapon to it, I think.
Yeah, about that. And as you kind of jab backwards, you would feel that the strike misses, but you would also feel a hand wrap around your wrist as you land. So your left hand is behind you.
Yep. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick swing around, do I see the Hajee-Bajee copy? Like if I just like try to swing around to like look beyond the figure
And
or look
looking beyond, no. In the glimpse that you have, you do not see the Hajee-Bajee copy. But your wrist is hauled on, and you feel yourself pulled backwards by
Yep.
the swing low copy, who
Yep.
brings his elbow down to like pile drive into your face.
Ooh, do I have enough of a reaction to try to like duck my head down so then my Spangenhelm gets the
Absolutely, yeah. You have triple reflex, and you manage to block and pretty much parry the blow, but you are still in like a low, awkward angle with your left hand controlled.
Again, I'm trying to imagine this. So, am I standing up?
You are overbalanced backwards, so you are still kind of on your feet, but you are in the process of falling.
Got it. Okay. He is. Oh, gosh. Thunderclap is not off cooldown, is it?
It is well
It
off
is?
cooldown even.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
You took
In
some
that
time when
case-
the agents were pinging out.
Oh, okay, great. In that case, he is going to then let himself fall with the intention of trying to bring the copy with him. And the idea is that as soon as they make contact with the ground to explode with his thunderclap, the hope being that the force would force the other person to let go of my hand, and if
Yep.
not, essentially get hurt.
The copy goes back with you in a very elegant, like, front handspring, but the thunderclap catches it by surprise. When you impact the ground, it's blasted off of you. It's hand-wrenching free, but also, do you remember how the first time you hit one of these, it turned into 2?
Yeah.
This one turns into 3.
Ah.
Not only does it split, with the swing low copy remaining the same, the Hajee-Bajee one pops out of it again. And so, too, does a Suto copy.
Wait, what? At least I don't think I did.
You did. When you were approaching the overpass, you did look at it. Not on this time, but when you were in the car. You remember? That sinking pit in the depths of Suto's stomach as he glanced underneath the overpass and saw the interior.
Got it. Got it, got it, got it.
However, as the 3 replicas separate from each other, they immediately, in a combined sense, lunge towards Suto. Not in just an animalistic fashion. The swing low one slides in towards Suto's legs. The Hajee-Bajee one produces 2 great knobbly throwing sticks. And the Suto one readies a lightning bolt, which sparks with an eerie, so black that it's red, plastic electricity rather than actual electricity.
Yeah, cool. When I thunderclap, well, never mind. No, I'm on my back, so there's no way I'm on my feet. Yeah.
Oh, you can kip up to your feet very easily. You have the stats for it.
Got it.
And
Because
given
his
that you
first
just
reaction
blasted
would
them,
be,
like you would have the moment to get to your feet. We'll give you that.
oh, perfect. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure how far away these things are.
Enough for you to get to your feet. Let's put it that way.
Got it. Well, I got some good news and bad news for me. The good news is that I don't need the glasses anymore because theoretically there shouldn't be another copy if
Indeed.
I look at the thing anymore. The bad news is that I have a copy of myself. Oh, great, awesome, cool. He's gonna get onto his feet and then just start sprinting over towards the underpass. And as he's doing so, he's yelling, "Bolg!
And
Bolg!"
as he does so, he hears the crackle of electricity as a lightning bolt is thrown after him.
Yep.
What does he
Now,
want to do?
is it thrown behind me?
Yes, it is behind you.
Oh shoot, I don't know if I'm able to do this. it's awkward, but he'll hear that, and then there's like something like a very primal sense of like ball thrown, must hit ball. Like inside of him, he'll whip around and want to try to hit it back with his baseball bat.
I will give that to you 100%. And it's a great hit too. You can see that the copy Suto actually has to slide out in front of its allies and bring up Suto's baseball glove to catch it. However, with Suto having just done a great swing, one of Hajee-Bajee's big knobbly throwing sticks is almost on top of him as well. Fortunately, he has the vigor stat to actually do something and the reflex stat to actually react to this, but it's still much too close for comfort.
Got it. Do I have enough that now that I've swung, could I then, like, raise my bat again and raise my bat, grip it on tight with the idea of, like, kind of, like, catching it and then redirecting its trajectory to go back?
That's awesome, and 3 pluses to skill does make me consider it, but I think you would need, like, 4 or 5 to make me really take that idea seriously.
I know, especially considering this is not a ball. The instinct is not quite there.
And with no practice on top of that.
I would be willing to say that he would still try to go at it with even if it fails.
Yeah, just kind of like, if nothing else, just smack it away. And he does manage to smack one. However, already there's another throwing stick whipping its way through the air towards him, and with him now facing his enemies, he is not running away, and they are much closer to him now, especially the 2 fast ones, namely Copy Suto and Copy Swinglow. Copy Hajee-Bajee is a little ways back.
Yep. He saw this in a TV show once. He's going to, like, now that there's this other thing that is coming close to him, instead of gunning, he's in an awkward position. He can't really, like, swat it away. But he's gonna do instead, he's going to kind of, like, fall down on the ground on his back and try to... Oh, God! Oh, no, he's gonna do this. It's gonna be so funny. He's gonna go on his back. He'll, like, get back up and be like, you missed! And then it boomerangs back and it hits him. Please?
That's so awesome. Oh, I love this scene. I won't punish you hard for it because it's so fun. But I think whacking him in the back of the head so that his Spangen helm can protect him from most of it makes most sense. Clong. Now,
yes.
As he is doing so, Swinglow is on top of him. However, rather than trying to, like, punch at him or anything, Swinglow instead, like, just, like, again, is staying low and is going towards your feet as though he's trying to, like, trip you out.
Even though I'm already... Oh, not fair. Got you. Suto's not a soccer/football man, but could he try to do, like, a little jig? Like, oh, no, good try.
I'm actually completely okay with that as well. And though Swinglow is fast, Suto is definitely faster. Even this, like, amped up version of Swinglow can't keep up with him. However, as he's doing so, another lightning bolt from his double comes whipping towards his top half.
Yep. He will notice that, and he'll, like, it's not going to be the best defense, but he's going to swing out his cape because it does have some magic.
Oh yeah.
Properties.
I'm running V2 right now, and in V2, its magic magic defense is actually high, so it's actually going to be very good at this. And he parries the bolt, but in so doing, Swinglow manages to get him on a foot. However, he doesn't kick you. He doesn't even grab you. He tags you and runs away.
Nice!
And affected by Tag Your It, Suto is compelled to follow him.
Yes, I am. Again, it just, like... Shut up! People watching this recording are going to be so confused.
Yeah, Tomash taunting Notsuto moment in chat.
I have tried so hard not to break this entire mission, Tomash. Congratulations.
Oh, it's so good, yeah. Tomash. winning the day. Now, obviously, he is bringing Suto directly back towards copy Suto and copy Hajee-Bajee. Directly back.
Yep. Now here's the thing. I'm compelled to chase after him,
Yep.
right?
And it ends when you tag them, or after time has elapsed.
As it begins to run, can I have enough will to hold my position just for a little bit before giving him like a little bit of a head start before chasing after him myself, so then
Give me the defiance for it. Doesn't have to be a big one. Do you need the moment? I can give you the moment.
I need the moment, yeah. I need the moment.
Jumping back to Bolg.
This is great, because I think my action is probably going to be relevant to what's happening over there.
Now, Suto has shot off incredibly quickly. And for the moment, Bolg has no idea what's going on. But after Suto runs off and Bolg and Hajee-Bajee have been chatting for the moment, what would he like to do from here?
Yeah. So again, Bolg has been using what the hell's my ability? All right, Geomorph. And to sort of spread around this space.
Read aloud your perk.
Yes, my perk. Labyrinth. Geomorph's paired action can be prolonged to produce a substantial earthen maze. This does make its cost go from low or medium to high. And while it lasts, Geomorph can only be used to alter the maze further.
Yeah.
Here's what I'd like to do.
Please.
Because Bolg knows that in a mission, the number of agents that are sent normally means that those agents need to work together.
Yep.
And normally need to be backing each other up. Bolg knows that as strong and as fast as Suto is, Suto probably can't handle all this alone. Which is why he's here. He's not just here to chauffeur Hajee-Bajee. So, here's what Bolg is going to do. Bolg is focusing on this geomorph and is stretching the space around so that and is drawing into the ground sort of like a blueprint of it almost. And it's a wide one. It's he's like quickly stepping from like edge to edge, occasionally sort of like poking in near where Hajee-Bajee is, eyes fully closed. And after like a minute and a half, because of how time is roughly sinking, Bolg is going to stop, and as the geomorph starts, he is going to take his palms on the sort of on the back. So here's the circle that he's drawn of this big wide ring. He's going to use the geomorph so that the turning and shifting alleyways of this mage that initially spread out compress inward, like you're folding one of those paper lanterns that open up in a circle. And I'm pushing them out into one single column in the direction that Suto went. And then I'm going to take my rock maul, which gives which as I recall, what the hell does that thing do again? Right. Two-headed metal with a large rough-hewn stone head with a big wind-up slam the ground to create a cone-shaped shockwave extending outward a short distance from the point of impact. As the kicker to this action, as a kicker to actually cast the geomorph, Bolg is going to not slam down, but do a golf swing. So that he sends the column of geomorph down the highway.
And
the maze doesn't need to be a circle.
Indeed. And as he does so, the maze is one of asphalt that carries the length of the highway, starting to taper down to being only, like low hedge height as it gets close to Bolg. During his energy work, by the way, Hajee-Bajee's hand would come past his face nodding and say,
Have some mud. This is good mud.
and he would sprinkle a little
I
bit
will-
of sacred clay here or there on Bolg's little blueprint that he was drawing.
Yeah. This is good. Bolg makes sure the mud lines the mud all lines up in the center line.
Indeed. And as he golfs out this maze, which overlayers onto the highway, you hear the crunching of cars as they are shoved and disrupted by the maze popping out of the ground, just in the length of this side of the highway. Hajee-Bajee would say,
Mm-hmm.
and you would feel kind of a scolding rap on the side of your head.
Bolg know better than use magic. Mm-hmm.
Bolg is going to just breathe in and say,
This magic comes from Bolg's blood, not weird wizard knowledge.
I don't
Besides-
think you could fit that in your blood.
Bolg's blood runs deep.
Hajee-Bajee seems skeptical.
Besides,
Bolg doesn't. Bolg is like, listen. Bolg is going to say. Bolg is going to not look, but put his face in Hajee-Bajee's direction and just say,
how about you scold Bolg once we're not all dead and off of the mission? Bolg will gladly take it then. But right now, Bolg too focused and doesn't want to be distracted by trying to find arguments.
Hajee-Bajee speaks the truth.
Bolg licks just sort of like licks some salt off of his, some like sweat. No, he just in his general direction.
And you would hear Hajee-Bajee say,
Yes, Bajee is speaking truth. You put under the funny bridge, and funny bridge is where bad is, and now your magic live in the bad.
Bolg thinks about this. Bolg nods.
Couldn't be helped. Needed to make it a space that Bolg could close off if necessary.
Hajee-Bajee seems unimpressed. However, he does not reprimand Bolg further. Instead, however, Bolg would hear a distant crunching sound from over the highway in the direction he had found Hajee-Bajee, of a tree being knocked down.
There was a big thing that was chasing you.
Not big, small.
It looked real big.
No, small but strong.
Okay. It probably coming nearby.
Yup.
Can Bolg gonna go take a Bolg? Do you think if Bolg looks at the shade? No, Bolg only has to not look at the thing in here. Right?
Yup.
Okay, Bolg gonna walk out. Once he's gonna put his hands like this. Actually,
Making sure he's not
gonna,
looking at the
just like,
overpass, yeah. And you see
just-
nothing, though you see a downed tree, but you see nothing else.
gonna go back and keep once again shut his eyes, and is just gonna say,
Bolg is gonna point you. Actually, you're not on Bolg's back anymore. Can you pay attention the direction that Suto went to see if they make noise?
At what point does Suto's Bolg reach him?
Suto, I checked the stats. Suto was far enough away that even with, I believe, single plus vitality, his voice did not carry.
Oh!
Bolg would not have heard him. And while Hajee-Bajee has very good ears, Suto did not yell Hajee-Bajee's name,
No.
naturally. Now, that said, as Bolg is returning, there would be a puff a little ways like in the other direction from the overpass, like where the scrum of like cars were in like a traffic wait. And you can see like a plume of smoke goes up as though one of the car's engines had gone off or was suddenly broken.
What's that?
Magic.
That kind. This bad kind. Bolg realizes what he said and points backwards, but not looking backwards. This bad kind.
Yep, pretending.
One of them could make illusions and stuff.
Yep. Very bad kind. Bad
Okay.
magic. No good. Don't like it.
That toad give you enough, and give you enough back that you can do the scary face at it. The scary face work against ones that are not you.
Yes. Bajee tried.
Okay. Make them go away, or just slow down.
Go away, but only a bit. Then come back. And Hajee-Bajee says, could scare. Don't know where they are.
Okay.
Sneaky.
Very sneaky.
Bolg would hear a
Well,
distant, like creaking as of a tree.
Is it from the direction where that weird thing that Bolg saw was? With, like, the club?
Kind of in that direction, but he doesn't know. He can just kind of hear it over his shoulder. His back is in that direction.
I thought his back was currently to the...
Oh, to the overpass, yes, of course. But he's more looking towards his side of the highway rather than the median and the far lane beyond.
Okay.
Bolg gonna take a second. And Bolg is going to
Look off towards where Suto went, put on this, and bring down the safety glasses.
And
And he's gonna try...
as Bolg is adjusting his safety glasses, he is sucker punched by a tree to the head.
And he's...
And Bolg is just splattered against the ground. It is extraordinarily rare that Bolg takes a hit that is substantial enough to register. Between full plate and 5 pluses to resilience and being large. This one hurts. This one badly hurts. This is the sort of blow that would total a car pretty comfortably. It does not total Bolg, though, to give you an idea, Lee will know how bad this is. This would give Bolg a concussion.
Oh, great. Oh, was it thrown? Did it, like, come from above?
It hit him from above.
Or it hit, Bolg goes down. Bolg is going to... So I've got... Cool, that's annoying. I'm gonna yell in that direction, as I... Oh, did... yeah, no, would have. Yep, I'm gonna get up. And just... Actually, can I... With Labyrinth active, I'd like to use Geomorph to shove myself up with just a little since I'm sort of still in my own labyrinth.
Yep, though you're at the place where the labyrinth is getting small. Yeah, exactly. And so
that's fine.
Now, as you push up, you realize that the blow knocked the trunk with Hajee-Bajee off your back.
I thought Hajee was... Oh, it's not tied in anymore?
No, that broke the circling stones that was holding it in place.
Great. Well, speaking of those circling stones, Bolg is going to throw and have them fire independently up.
Yep.
At whatever in that direction, just sort of, and Bolg is going to go,
Hajee-Bajee, make noise.
You hear from down below,
Ow.
kind of muffled. But also, you can see that the tree trunk, which is laying where it slammed, I mean, you knocked it to the side when you went up on a column, but you can see that it was clearly sourced from the median, the wooded median. And you can actually see another tree being ripped up by invisible hands.
I'm going to flick a rock at the tree, or at the thing holding, roughly where the body holding the hands should be.
Yep, and you see that the circling stone hits and causes like a flicker of red-black before the disguise is resumed. And the tree swings up at you on your column.
Cool. I will take my rock maul and I will go for a... Hey, I'm gonna shout out my boy Suto. I fucks with you heavy. I'm gonna bunt.
That's awesome. And the tree snaps on your rock maul. Obviously, rock maul type is strong against tree type. There's no way this thing's surviving impact like that. Crack.
I know Pokemon, yeah.
And yeah, sure, I know that game so well. There's what tree type, rock maul type, a couple
And then
others.
what I'd like to do is bunt, and then as I do, using my Huaracha against the little column that I'm raised up on, to step on the side of it and just slide straight down, so that the thing that was here now goes this way, and I'd like to try and aim for where it is.
Yep, absolutely. You see that the half tree has been dropped, and you no longer can calculate where the stealthed presence is.
Where'd my rock go?
It like hit the thing
hit
and fell to the ground.
Okay. I'd like to crush one of my ones that is actually still on me.
Yep.
And I'll grab it and my pipe, and so that a ton of black smoke furrows forward alongside these like fine grains of rock.
Yep. Arcane stat?
3, I believe. Yep. Nope, 2. Sorry.
2 is still good enough for that, for sure. And as smoke billows out, you see the figure perfectly concealed, clearly magically, as it's rushing its way over towards not your position, but near you on the highway towards one of the overturned cars.
Nope. Spatha. Ooh. I have one horn left. I would like to throw it.
Yep. And as you hurl the sword, it strikes the figure, though admittedly not cleanly. Like, you're not impaling them or anything like that.
It doesn't need to.
But a big iron bar hurled at speed is not pleasant for anyone. And you see that the figure splits to 2. And both are kind of sprawled to the ground. The small, muscled figure that it was maining, so to speak, is now getting to its feet. And the other figure is that of something of a pot-bellied, balding man wearing a suit.
I'm gonna slide the trunk back towards the car.
Yep.
And say, doesn't matter if you look again.
And Hajee-Bajee would like peer out of like the little window you ripped from. And in so doing, say, catch. And he would toss you one of his throwing sticks. You have no idea where he stores those, as we have discussed in the past.
They're up his butt. This is okay.
And he throws you one of them.
I use my one reflex to its maximum to grab it.
Yeah, it would probably, like, it wouldn't be the most elegant catch. It'd be like, oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
Shit. It's also small for me.
Quite. Yeah, it would be like.
So
for
what I
one
would
of
like
us,
to do.
It would be like. For us, it would be like throwing, or for Bolg, this would be to us like throwing like a croquet stick, like the one you tap into the ground, as opposed to the mallet itself.
Here's what as I catch it, this is what I'd like to do. You'll let me. I would like to use an arcane manifestation. The head of my rock maul is this. So instead of a maul, it's more like a bearded axe.
Yeah.
And the head is made of meteorite. I would like to place it and use an arcane manifestation to have the meteorite sort of peel away and fuse around the stick.
Ooh. Well, that's half that, but you also have Earth Shapers that could kind of do that too.
Yeah, that help.
It's kind of a combination thing. Sure.
Sort of like opening up, like using one hand to like shift the head and the and like place it back in.
Yeah, and
so that I have an anti-magic bonker.
Yeah.
I look at them and I like sort of pull down, like reset my mask, my fearsome visage, and just like gutturally roar at them as I just try to intimidate. I also have war paint for what it's worth.
Yeah, as you do so, the two figures move in unison. The small muscly one starts to walk towards you menacingly. The other one starts to move off into the grassy median in like a looping flank maneuver.
So the Hajee-Bajee Wait, was it a Hajee-Bajee one? You said?
No, this is the small muscly one. Definitely not. You don't. This is a woman, but a very small woman.
The strong woman.
Yeah.
Okay. I will see this. I will nod. All right, and yeah, I am going to stomp on the ground as the nearest bit of wall. How? Any chance that as the labyrinth formed, there's like a car embedded in part of the
Yes,
wall?
I was actually going to bring that up later.
I was just thinking, there's got to be a few of those. Cool. And the rock around it goes, and and just smacks her with the car.
That's cool. And the car goes through her, and Bolg realizes it was a trick.
Oh, where'd the other one at? Oh, it's invisible. More smoke.
And as he goes to blow smoke this time, instead, for the second time, a blindsiding attack whips at him, but this time he sees it. She clearly got onto the highway and has thrown a car at him, which is currently like careering towards him to the point where with a single plus to reflex at his size, he's not dodging.
Cool. Don't need to dodge it. I would like to plant my rock maul in a in the same way that somebody would like plant against a charging boar.
Yep.
With the back end, so that I don't damage Hajee-Bajee's nice little stick.
Yep.
And sort of let that take it first and cantilever it at the one that I saw before, at the other one who went to the side.
And as you hurl off,
because like it's coming in, so as sort of, you know the Japanese fisherman's dance?
I don't.
Okay, so it's like arm forward and then drawing back into like a little bit of into like normally a deep squat. Bolg's not flexible enough to do that, but he's able to sort of plant in a horse, let the weight take, and then.
And as he hurls it towards the other one, he realizes that one was a trick too.
I hate these people. This is a really whatever this is. Hajee-Bajee better work fast.
And as he is doing so, he would hear a little bit of like a as Hajee-Bajee is pulling himself up out of the trunk and is waddling over towards Bolg, or hopping rather.
Oh well, I had planted the trunk and slid it.
Oh, indeed, but he's climbing out.
Oh, he's already there. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and as he's doing so, he shakes his head disapprovingly and says,
"Bad magic, not good. Yucky."
Tell Bolg about the bag magic when we're not in danger, please. Bolg not need lectures.
No,
Bolg
important.
very stressed.
If you think magic good, then we not get rid of it.
If I think magic good, we not get rid of it.
It's always impossible to tell whether he's saying something profound and useful or just reductive.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, you find the eye. Bolg gonna keep doing this. Tell Bolg if he need to stop having good walls to help Suto.
No.
And Hajee-Bajee instead kind of plucks at his face and starts to distort his face into the familiar, awful grimace. His head gets
Good thing
larger.
I'm not looking at him.
And you hear him kind of looming over you, and you hear him say in a much deeper voice,
"Bad magic, go away."
And you can see that the illusions, of which there were quite a few, start to literally scamper away from Bolg's vision, as though like sections of the hidden world are peeling away. And you can see
I have a
that
question.
the
You said
strong
he was
woman
crawling
copy...
on top of me?
Oh, pardon?
Did you say he was crawling on top of me, or is this from the armored car?
No, he's come up next to you so that he can be looming over your shoulder.
Cool. I would like to put a hand on him, and in that moment, scream wildly as I activate Stone Skin, trying to push for Axis Taurus.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. Give wording.
While in Stoneskin, allies might ritualistically incorporate Bolg into their paired action to increase its stability. In case a Hajee-Bajee clone hits him with an anti-magic, Bolg doesn't know. Bolg would like to give a boost, and they've worked together before. I'm giving him something to use.
And in his massive face-distended state, you hear Hajee-Bajee say,
Not the magic.
however,
Bolg's sitting there like, you're doing magic that isn't magic. Shut the fuck up.
that doesn't mean he doesn't make use of it. Before we go further, however, jumping back over to Suto. What would you like to do for that defiance to not chase the swing low copy?
I just need like a quick second, and I imagine that
Please.
this tag here, an equivalent situation that it would remind him of is if on the rare occasion where he's actually out on the field rather than the one running the bases, it'll be like someone just passed him and he's like, oh, wait, what? And he has to take a moment to think to himself, can I catch this guy? I don't even have the ball. Oh, wait, I do have a ball. He'll take out one of his lightning bolts, right? And then just like out of instinct, that's all the second I needed. That's all the second I needed.
Yep,
To then
I will
like
give you
try
that.
to chase after him like with the ball like extended out so then he can tag him out.
Now, as you rush after him, Suto chasing the tag means that there's other threats he is not able to pay as much attention to.
No, but I'm hoping to end this quick with 5 vigor.
5 vigor is pretty good, but hang time is better. He goes leaping away. Whoomph! What would Suto like to try to do?
I am frustrated that I should be able to tag this guy out, and yet I am not able to. And there is this moment where he's all like, he'll like take off the training weights that he was holding on to.
And as he does so, a baseball bat slams into Suto's stomach as his copy gets a good hit on him. Boom! Now,
Oof.
you do have a cuirass, I believe.
And double res?
Is it double? I thought it was single. No, it's double. Nice, that's sick. And that, plus, you do have the cuirass? Yes, you do have the cuirass.
I do.
And so because of this, the blow, while it hurts for sure, it doesn't even knock you off your feet. It just sends you staggering backwards with the training weights falling to your side. You see your copy in front of you with, like, not electricity sparking off of its bat. And you see it pop its own training weights off as well.
Of course. Let's do this.
You've been doing more hard work than it has.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
However, Swinglow is still running, and Suto is still compelled to chase.
I still want to chase this guy. Oh my god, he's gonna reach home and I'm gonna be the laughingstock of my team again? Please, no. But I take it as I'm chasing after Swinglow. Oh my god. Notsuto will chase after me.
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Well, more importantly than that, not Hajee-Bajee is there as well. And not only has more sticks for Suto, but also has something else. A bunch of strange strings that are being placed throughout the air, almost like spider silk. And that are directly blocking the path that Suto needs to chase through. Or rather, not blocking. You can go through them. But they're there. They're in the path that Suto is being pulled and compelled to chase through.
High up.
Quite a ways, like dangling from maybe 2 Suto heights up to almost ground level.
I can still jump that.
Oh, yeah.
I guess like seeing that, because again, like his one-track mind, I need to catch the swing low copy. So as he runs forward and he'll, ooh, interesting. Okay, he'll go up, and his intent is to use out of the blue to be attracted to swing low, but I imagine it would be towards the strings instead.
Yeah. So how are you going
And
to
what
get
would
past those first?
Well, what happens if I use out of the blue on them first?
Do you want to try?
Knowing Suto, he would.
Yeah. And as he does so...
I know.
Suto feels something incredibly wrong happen. Normally, out of the blue is a fast thing. Boom, I'm there, and then I'm out, and I'm still moving and active. But this time, as he does so, he feels kind of a weird jerk in the pit of his stomach. And he feels himself gummed in the strings. And more importantly, he feels that out of the blue not only was completely dissipated, almost negated outright, but his connection to that lightning magic has once again been severed, or at least weakened.
Yep.
And you can see that fake Hajee-Bajee now approaches you stuck in the string with one of those great throwing clubs and hurls it straight towards Suto's face.
Yep. I mean, even if I bring my bow my head, so then the Sprangenhelm takes the blow. This is a pretty direct hit, and I bet would kind of rattle my head a bit.
Yeah, Suto starts blinking as his vision kind of clouds for a moment. And as he does so, he feels the back of his head hit by a baseball bat. Bam!
Do I still feel that compulsion to chase after swing though?
Yes, on top of everything.
Oh gosh. As I feel like blow, and I take a quick moment to like tilt my head up so that I can see what exactly do I see in front of me. Is it just Hajee-Bajee?
Right now, Hajee-Bajee, the not Hajee-Bajee, is beating you senseless with a stick. And beyond him, you still see Swinglow, who is, like, doing flares and, like, taunting you wordlessly.
Yep.
Just beyond, like, comfortable, like, sprint range.
Yep. And I'm still ensnared in, like, these string things, right?
Yep.
What a delightful situation to be in. Oh, wait. Are the string things even ensnaring my billowing cape?
The cape, no.
So what exactly is it holding on to?
Your body. It's as though you were a fly that flew right into them. They're, like, stuck all up and down you.
Oh, so it's, like, more, like, forward-facing that I'm... Yeah? Okay.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Got it.
The cape is a good point, though. That is magic protective.
Right. Give me a few moments. I don't need as long, but give me a few moments.
Sure. In that case, Bolg, as the illusions go skidding away from Hajee-Bajee's terrifying face, you can see that Notsuto is almost on top of you, and more notably than that, has procured a absolutely vicious-looking implement that looks like she maybe ripped off a piece of a car's tailpipe that still had gasoline in it.
This is what armor's for.
Indeed.
It's just... So it's Suki and it's... Moors?
Moors, yep.
Cool. I don't see this because I'm in stone skin.
Indeed. Instead, you would feel it. Because it seems that Moors had used viewpoint to blank things from your senses, not just visually, but everything. And once Hajee-Bajee scares away the viewpoint, you can now sense her coming close.
Alright. Hey, I have a really cool perk on Tremor Sense.
Indeed.
Bull Rush. After detecting what is believed to be an enemy within a mid-range through Tremor Sense, can dash to them at high speed in a headlong charge. This smashes through obstacles with exceptional ease.
Indeed. Are you doing it?
Yeah. Because guess what? But I would like to try something as well.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like it died when I hit it. It just became anew. Or like, right? Like when it got hit, it splintered, right? But the one that I hit didn't.
The hit you
didn't
had
remain
wasn't very
injured.
good, admittedly. But yes, the hit
Cool.
you landed didn't seem to remain.
Cool. Well, I'm suddenly charging it in stone skin, so my body is made of rock, as I am dashing, and I'm just trying to cleave it with my new Hajee-Bajee stick.
And as you do so,
like using like a short grip on the haft and the back end, so that I just have the most leverage.
Yeah, this is a brutal hit from the Bolg bus, and in so doing, he would have an awful smell fill his nostrils, but also the Notsuki would vanish. And you would feel kind of pieces of it dropping to the ground as you have cloven it in half.
I would like to try something.
Yeah.
Hajee-Bajee just screamed through me while holding on to me during my stone skin. I want to try to scream back at these pieces using Warpaint Defiance to defy the magic that allows this thing to recreate itself. In case it can come back. Bolg doesn't know. He just is going to scream at it and hopes it doesn't, realistically.
And as Bolg does so, he, like, as his yell is starting to subside, he would feel two things. One, he's a little warm, like kind of unusually warm. And two, he would hear Hajee-Bajee's voice.
Good. Gone. Very good.
Bolg feels weirdly warm. Where's the other one?
Tremor sense, just a quick one. Heel hits the ground. Or hoof hits the ground.
And as he does so, can't feel other running movement. He does feel Hajee-Bajee flopping about. Hajee-Bajee says,
Bolg on fire. Big fire.
He clarifies helpfully.
Cool. I'd like to... There was mud on, like, the sort of ditch to the side, right?
Yeah.
Wet mud. Cool. I would like to take my axe from the bare end, like the end of the half, plop it into the mud, and use that as a shockwave to launch a ton of wet mud into the air and cover myself in wet mud.
Yep.
And then roll in the ground. Actually, no, I'm not even going to roll in the ground. I'm going to walk next to a portion of my labyrinth, put a hand on it, and I'm going to geomorph so that a ton of it, like, the asphalt, like, over me.
Abrasively washes you.
Yeah.
And as you do so...
I do, for what it's worth, I don't know how you count fire. I know it's not really an environmental effect, but I do have a pelt panoply.
I would not qualify it as a environmental effect for the purposes of that.
Cool.
If it was like a
I
wildfire,
didn't
I
think so.
probably would, though.
It was, yeah, this is somebody threw a fucking Molotov at me or something.
Yeah, exactly. However, as you do so, Hajee-Bajee says,
Bajee go to can.
You go to can. Bolg gonna... Or Bolg gonna stand here and keep you safe. Seems like these things kill anything, not just whatever made them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting.
The
But Bolg
juniors...
saw one disappear after it killed a lady.
Yeah. After kill, maybe if one who looked die, copy die.
But there were extras.
Thinking about how it's split.
yeah. And he says,
Bajee, go look for I.
and you hear him go up to the armored car, and you hear him kind of clank on it, and you hear him say,
Bolg is gonna
Oh, yeah?
smoke his pipe.
yeah, you hear him say,
Bolg,
Yeah.
can will not open.
Okay.
Bolg gonna turn, cover his eyes,
And say, make noise so that Bolg can get near you.
clong, 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 clong.
Bolg finds it.
Bajee, get out of way.
Bolg is going to find the spot. He's going to step back. He knows how doors work. He's gonna find the hinges.
Yep.
Go for the not hit and go for the hinge side. So and just
And you hear, good. And then Hajee-Bajee starts to climb up through the ripped up door. Before we go further, however, Suto.
Size.
Yes, indeed. Back to his pipe, I presume? For the moment. Suto, what would you like to do?
It's such an awful feeling being like literally beaten to death and that you still have like a one-track mind, like I need to catch this guy.
Indeed.
And it's so weird, but I would say that this feeling is not unfamiliar to Suto, as there was a time where he felt compelled to continue on with arguably something, if not a terrible deed, then something very un-Suto-like. I'm thinking back to how in Remember Me, partly in delirium of red essence, he essentially killed someone and was willing to do it again as much as necessary, but then there was a change in perspective, as though all of a sudden he imagined that his family was looking at him do that. It was a sobering moment for him. And as he is being beaten, just that same feeling of like there's something that's not right comes to him. And essentially, I want to defiance that he realizes that chasing after this person isn't as important as keeping himself alive for the sake of his family.
Sounds quite vulnerable.
Extremely.
What's that going to do to him, paired action-wise?
Am I able to duck down? As in, like, I imagine I'm like standing up and then kind of like hunch over.
You can hunch. You won't be able to get low because the strings are holding you in place, but you can hunch.
In that case, as he's hunched over and I take that he's still getting wailed on, he's just focusing on just trying to resist the urge to chase after the copy. And
how will he try to free himself from the strings? That's first order of business.
am I still holding on to the Spartha?
Yeah.
It's an awkward angle, but I imagine switching his bat and his Spartha, so then his Spartha's in his dominant hand now. He'll imagine that he needs to essentially return to his family. And through gritted teeth, he is saying to himself, I promised I'd be back. I promised I'd be back. And as he's doing so, he's like forcing himself to kind of like pull/turn such that he has a good enough angle to then take the Spartha and like kind of awkward to like rip off the strings with the Spartha. That
This
makes
is
sense.
a very good mission to have triple plus will and war paint.
Oh gosh, extremely.
A very good mission for that. He would
Spathos also have very good cutting power.
He would rip himself free, and in so doing, be almost floored by another brutal baseball bat blow that catches him in the face, and only thanks to his Spangenhelm's nose guard would he be spared just having a completely shattered face. But he is almost knocked to the ground, but free of both the strings and maybe temporarily, but at least for now, the tag you're it. He also sees that somehow, maybe he would even feel like he's dreaming looking at this, the highway that he came from has become a maze, and a familiar looking one at that. The asphalt rising in great, like, stacks on either side, and intricate passageways laid out before him.
But I still see the copies in front of me.
Right now, you actually, looking back towards the highway, there's only one in front of you, which is yourself, the Suto copy. The Hajee-Bajee one is behind you, in the direction you had been chasing Swinglow, who is also in that direction as well. So it's only the Suto copy in front of you.
Got it. In that case... Oh god, I don't know if this would work.
What are you thinking?
Well, first of all, how's the storm outside?
Big. Quite big at this point.
Good.
Very Hajee-Bajee of you.
Again, how far away am I from the overpass?
It's in sight, but you're a little ways away.
And third, I would like to do a slight arcane manifestation where heart is beating fast at this point, just from like pure adrenaline and whatnot. Could I have my ceremonial drum essentially... It looks like it's playing itself, but really it is vocalizing his heartbeat. So essentially it's playing.
Fantastic manifestation. I will take it.
And with that, he is going to look at his copy and like scream at him that he promised that he would be back. And he begins to zoom deep into the maze opposite the direction of his copy. And the intention is, as he's moving, to use Out of the Blue to navigate through the maze with the intention that his ceremonial drum, while normally it provides additional power, given that it is being played with his heart, and his heart is connected with his feelings, his intentions, and whatnot, to change it slightly so it gives him just a little bit more control to be able to actually use it to navigate the maze rather than be redirected by things.
Now, as you start to rush towards the entrance, your copy does something. It activates Thunderclap, and you feel yourself pulled towards it, thanks to a perk that you have on Thunderclap.
Yes, sir.
So you hear the weird explosion in reverse, and you feel yourself pulled off of your legs as it starts to try to draw you towards itself. What would you like to do?
Change the direction of my Out of the Blue to be towards it instead.
And as your Out of the Blue hits, this would be a fantastic hit.
Yep.
But it is completely and utterly unfazed by it. Immediate follow-ups.
But what physically happens?
You zap back, strike into its chest,
Has it stopped its thunderclap?
It has stopped the thunderclap.
Perfect. Ricochet into the maze.
That's what I was about to say as well. And as you do so, because you have that on as a perk, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And as you do so, drawn through the maze, heartbeat from the drum going, you would also hear, infused in the maze, a deep chant.
Hajee-Bajee, Hajee-Bajee, Hajee-Bajee.
If this old man screws up my magic, I swear to God.
Naughty.
However, Suto would flash and flit through the maze effortlessly, as Bolg laid it out almost explicitly for this purpose.
Yep. Here's the thing. I've been smoking. There's a trail down all of the right paths.
Yeah.
Because as the smoke that I'm breathing out is pushing into the maze.
I love it.
And
I was
Suto
waiting for
appears
that one.
next to Bolg. The lightning bolt is more of like a lightning wiggle by the time it reaches. And Bolg would rematerialize with Bolg, or Suto would materialize with Bolg's like palm over his head.
Could I do ask for one little thing?
Please.
I have a perk on Storm Brewing where Shutout, I'll shut out that allows weather effects to form around and follow Suto. Could Suto, as he's being turned into lightning, could the clouds begin to like gather towards him, and then when he rematerializes around Bolg, it looks like he has like a storm kind of like surrounding him?
That's not only awesome, but it also masks the path he took through the maze, because Bolg's smoke will be dissipated by the clouds.
Nice.
And as Suto arrives in a flurry of clouds, Bolg kind of placidly holding his head and smoking on his pipe, Bolg would see that Suto is black and blue. He's bleeding, he's missing teeth, he's bleeding from his nose, one of his arms is kind of limp. He looks like shit. Like he just went through multiple MMA fights in a row.
Bolg is gonna tell the first joke he's told in a while to anybody. Gonna look at Suto and say,
This why you not charge the mound.
baseball
Like
joke.
through like bruised cheeks and whatnot. He said,
And as you say so, you would hear from the armored car,
No eye.
Not looking, and I'm gonna sort of just like turn to Suto
and
hold him close. And actually, yeah, no, Bolg is gonna fully just hold him.
hold
Keep him,
Suto.
keep him comfy and cozy, yeah.
Hajee-Bajee would say,
Bolg, no eye in here. They said to find an eye that dropped.
What did you find? Might not look like an eye.
Lots of silly things.
They said they were delivering a package and that something dropped out of it. They opened it.
They said that the Enclave said that they had opened the package. Hajee-Bajee, by the way, has produced a bunch of the stuff he found. It is mostly like scientific instruments, forceps and like a centrifuge chamber and things. Not that Bolg or necessarily Suto would know what any of these things are.
No.
But none of them sure look like an eye. He says,
No eye, just this stuff.
I'm not gonna demonstrate again, but through bruised cheeks, he's gonna ask, and you're sure you looked through everything?
Yeah, no eye.
he says, he points to Suto and says,
Do not look,
and he points towards the overpass.
and you cannot look in here, because if you do, then one of you will come.
So about that,
Uh-huh.
oops.
What is an oop?
I rotate Suto and point him in the direction.
And Hajee-Bajee says, Bolg, why you do that?
Suto already. Oops means that when somebody say oops like that, it means they already did the thing. So that means Suto probably just fought Suto.
Oh. Silly. Not good. He says, but you can look now.
He points into the armored car.
Suto will give the spaffa back to Bolg, and as he is going into, he's gonna go into the. As he goes into the armored car, he is going to say to Bolg with what he'll try to do as a smile. If you see someone as dashingly handsome as me, be sure to give him a good beat up. And then we'll go inside the car.
Okay.
Hajee-Bajee gives a painful poke to your cheek and says,
No talk. Look.
Oh, ow, ow. Like +2 resilience, still cries like a baby when their like boo-boos are touched.
Exactly. Pokety poke. Hajee-Bajee
Bolg
points
is
inside.
going to tremor sense his labyrinth to see if they're following through.
Oh,
it or
they
not.
are. And they're falling fast. But being a labyrinth, it's not the easiest thing. And more notably, they can't go on top of the labyrinth much easier either because there's all the clouds. Now, that said, they're definitely going to get here soon. Yep, a Thunderbird and a Free Runner.
Yes, but they haven't met Bolg, and as far as Bolg's concerned, they don't know that Bolg exists. Bolg doesn't know if these things share knowledge.
Now, I will note, Bolg would also be able to distinctly pick out Hajee-Bajee's distant footsteps in that direction, indicating that's where Hajee-Bajee's copy is. As Suto is brought into the armored car, the interior of it is covered in a layer of that strange, so black it is red, sleek, shiny substance everywhere. But not all of the items in here have been transformed into it. There are, again, many instruments and implements, as well as a number of, like, safes that have been popped open, like wall safes. All the wall safes have transformed to the same material, but the stuff inside is not always. And since and Hajee-Bajee says again,
They say it's an eye that drop, so I look on the floor.
Hajee-Bajee, can
What's
you
that
look
to
in
the
the place where the
instrument
people
that-
were sitting?
Of the science
In the
of the scientific instruments that Bolg that he presented, did any of them look like an eyedropper?
no, but you see one on the floor.
I will pick that up.
And Hajee-Bajee says,
That's not an eye.
He tries to say it's called an eye drop. Does it look like there's any like liquid inside?
yes, and the liquid inside looks so black it is red.
Yep.
Why is that an eye drop? There is no eye, and it is not dropping. Stupid language.
Why are you asking me? I didn't make this language, but it really comes out of it.
Should call it tube with squishy end. Bajee would have found if called that.
Regardless, I have it, and partly to like get up to Hajee-Bajee's face to argue with him more, but also mainly to get closer to his teammates. He will get out of the armor car with the eye drop.
Yeah. Hajee-Bajee reaches for the eye drop.
I would like to start burying myself in the earth.
And Hajee-Bajee nods approvingly to this, but besides that, he looks at it. And he would say,
I have finished my mission.
and his Enclave badge would be produced on his tongue as he sticks it out.
Yep.
And as he goes to touch it, he would look to Bolg and say,
Good Bolg. Good Bolg.
Bolg Terminator thumbs up himself as he descends into this little hole.
Good Bolg.
He looks to Suto and says,
Good.
Just get out of here alive.
Yes, that is why
He points to the bed. That is why I put. And he
And
touches it.
okay, good. Because if this guy was gonna keep talking, like Suto was just gonna touch this guy's tongue and be like, "Go!"
And the
Please.
two of you would then feel your own Enclave badges ping.
Bolg's just gonna, like, mid-berry, just sort of stop, look at Suto, and just be like, we talk later. We talk later. We go now. Unless you
Question.
really want to try to find those badges. Wait, ready to ping. Bolg is just, Bolg is going to do, now that he's mostly deep in the earth, he's going to hold his badge, but not activate it, and tremor sense for nearby badges.
Yes, I was going to ask for something similar.
I don't think I can because it's the Enclave, but I figured I'd check.
I am not going to be able to give you that one.
Didn't think so.
It's a cool idea.
Before Bolg pings out, when Suto was in the armored car, was there any signs of Suki?
No.
And I didn't think so. Here's the thing. I'm frustrated because, oh god.
I think I know what you're frustrated about, and you're right to stay in character.
Wait, Bolg, did you see Suki at least? The other two pinged out.
No. Bolg wasn't looking for them, only looking for Hajee-Bajee. Did see a woman in a car that way who got killed. But that was only after she stepped out of the car and looked at wherever this all is.
Bolg's eyes are fully closed.
He feels a sinking feeling when you say that, oh, there was a woman, but she got killed. Suto did not experience the Suki strong.
Go away.
Final
We
action.
talk later.
There's this.
I fully
Moment
bury
of
myself
thought.
in the earth.
Yep. No, there's this moment of pause. Me thinking maybe, just maybe, if I stick around a little bit longer, but then he remembers, it's like almost like he's being astral projected, so then he can see himself, sees like himself concerningly tell the other two agents to like leave. The best thing you can do is to survive, so then you can help another day. And also remembering the promise that he made to his family that he'll be back. He grits his teeth and pings out.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Woof.
I will say, Bolg has the final action of tremor sensing until they get there, using a single bull rush to try and destroy one of them. Ideally, whatever the 3-runner is, just so that there's one fewer of these in the world, and then leaves.
Yeah, I will say that will mean that Bolg will be coming back to HQ with wounds, for sure.
This is he would just bull rush up, ping.
Indeed, like he would eat at least a lightning bolt for his troubles.
Very acceptable. But wounds is not death.
Well done. That one was as challenging as I had hoped it would be. This is the danger of an incomplete mission statement. Obviously, if I told you how the things had worked from the beginning, this wouldn't have been nearly as hard. It is a miracle that Bolg did not look. All it would take was one glance at the source points, and
the second you started describing it as wrong, I was like, nope. Wrong means bad things. Wrong doesn't mean, oh no, we're in danger. Wrong from Robbie Howell as a conduit in Enclave means something truly awful. So I'm just not going to, and I'm going to skirt it. And I could tell, because every time I said, where I'm moving, you were like, oh, are you like getting on the highway? I was like, no.
Indeed, yeah.
I'm not.
No, you did a good job picking out the cues, because I wasn't subtle about them, because I wanted to give you guys a chance. Because as you might imagine,
a Bolg and a Suto copy would have been a fucking disaster. And
Mhm.
That would have been a fail. We would have died.
the
100%.
only
Yep.
reason that Suto survived his copy is that Suto has only 1+ to might. And if he had higher might than that plus training weights, his copy would have beaten him to death. For sure. Even a single higher plus to might, that would have cracked through his armor, for sure.
What's Hajee-Bajee's might?
Hajee-Bajee has baseline might.
Oh, thank freaking God. Okay, yeah.
He's got like 2 resilience, right?
No, his resilience has been higher since you last worked with him, because he's level 10 now, remember? His resilience is like 4 now. And his will is 5, obviously.
5.
Yeah,
Ironic.
I feel like he has 5 spirit. It just doesn't work that well.
Yeah, his intuitions all come down to good or bad. Yeah.
Yep.
But first of all, do you guys have questions for me about calls that I made or the plot of the mission? Because a lot was ambiguous this time.
Actually, yeah, I do. What was the giant thing I saw? The copy of the strong woman that has a strong man that has a thing that lets them become big.
That was an illusion. It was Suki, not Suki rather, but it had not Moore's place illusions on it. Because as you saw, the replicas could conjoin, and
Yeah, I noticed, and like meld powers together.
Yeah, partially but imperfectly share powers.
Oh my god! Imagine if that happened between Bolg and Suto. Nope.
Horrifying.
I was going to ask like how perfect was the copy of the magic between, the replicas and us.
They had everything that you had. I was literally consulting your sheets.
But to what extent? I guess, like, for example, like, could they only copy... No, I was gonna say, could they only copy what they quote-unquote see?
No, but they did have to learn. And it took them a little time to fully figure out what you could do, because it would be their first time using it. Also, of note, and so if they saw you do something, they'd be like, oh, okay, I can do that. I mean, I'm putting that in very, like, conversational terms. Obviously, they're not going to think about it in that same way.
Right.
Something that I think is also kind of interesting and relevant is, since they can merge with each other, it means they can perfectly energy work. And so they can merge and synchronize perfectly with each other. And that meant that when Suki and Moors were joined, Bolg was kind of screwed, because it was a perfectly stealthy, functionally 5 might small enemy that could just throw things at him, and he would eventually get worn down by it.
But they would have to physically merge.
They did have to physically be united, and so once you knock them out from each other, then they would have to, like, take some time and remerge. In fact, you may notice the Suto copy didn't chase Suto immediately. Suto was literally in the process of shooting through in a car and then flipping the fucking car, so it wasn't able to materialize in front of him like they usually do. And it chose to go double back and rejoin with some other copies to create, like, a more formidable threat. Because Suto was with 2 agents at the time, and the copy realized, my copy has backup. I should probably get backup to ensure this is a clean kill. And so they did have intelligence, or at least cunning. And their sole goal was to kill the thing they were copying. But they would do it intelligently.
Right. Okay, because that was the main thing I was confused about. Because from my perspective, whenever, like, because twice now when I've hit, like, the large blob, it, like, the thing, it split into multiple things, and I couldn't tell if that
Precisely. That was deliberately misleading. It made the choice to double back, because when you kind of conjured it into being by looking, again, the car was going very fast and flipped immediately. Like, even the best copy isn't going to be able to be like, haha, I kill you mid-flip, right?
Right.
And so it took the tactical decision to pull back.
Got it. Cool.
See, I was wondering, because from when I had the toad, I was like,
Toad play was sick.
If I kill this toad, is a Suto gonna pop out of it?
That would have been very bad.
That would have been very
because
bad.
I remembered when you described the first time that Suto was fighting them, that one with a badge and a bat came out. I was like, So I was like, oh, now it's also if you just make contact, so we can't touch them. Great. But no, it was they had to have merged ahead of time. This is good.
Yep,
I was
exactly.
wondering about that.
The toad play was sick. One other thing is, even though the Enclave didn't
This
know
is why it's
exactly
better
what,
than common item dagger.
even though the Enclave didn't know exactly what they were dealing with, they sent in these two because they had a good feeling that you two wouldn't try to investigate the anomaly too much.
No.
Like, these two are not like, let's take a look at this. Because taking a look at this is the problem. That's what kills you.
That's why there's all the the imaging instruments around them. They're finding ways to indirectly look at it and see to what extent they can study it. I understand everything. Hey,
and-
are the ones that didn't successfully kill their copies just roaming that place,
wandering forever?
murdering everything in sight?
Yeah.
In that
Or will they eventually dissipate?
They will dissipate. But that area is going to be very strictly off limits and will probably require some major Enclave tier cleanup to be made safe.
That is a Chernobyl. That is the elephant's foot.
Yeah, just do not go near that thing. Of note, that I can actually tell you a bit more about that. That substance is an enemy from Enclave's second year. It is called Antiform. And the whole premise of Antiform is if you look at a source of Antiform, it will create a replica of any living thing that will then try to kill that living thing. And so every single thing that these things could do is over a decade old. Adapted slightly to the times and to make it a little bit less oppressive. Because in the original Antiform mission, the squad had to deal with Antiform in an area that was only coded in Antiform. Everything they looked at was a spawn point.
So the second they appeared.
Immediately. And also, the answer, by the way, is if you kill the copy, another one comes back. So you have to non-lethally suppress every copy.
If you looked at multiple sources, would it create multiple copies from
it's a universal
sources?
source.
Or is it all one? Okay.
Yep.
Hell yeah. All right, all my gut instincts were right, and I'm very happy.
Is it described because the way it's a blob, but it's also a solid mass? Yes.
It is meant to ride the strange line between the two. It does have mass, but it can also dissipate spontaneously. But the spawning points is like a coat that goes over things, like a mold.
Oh, so when the dropper fell or opened,
poof.
Yep.
And then it just spread all over the interior of the armored car, and then all over the interior of the the overpass that it was going through.
Can I ask which of the 4-man squad opened it?
Eggard. He died immediately.
Yeah, I wasn't processing.
And as another note, as Meeks noted, Suki was alive, but died of her wounds. So that was the hardest part of the mission to succeed at, was rescuing Suki. I thought you could get the others pretty comfortably, but I will say, if Suto had not looked up the highway, Swinglow and Moors were dead. You would not have been able to get to them. But at the very least, they did pull away the Bajee clone, and also the Swinglow clone. So there was a lot of pieces to this one. But on top of all that, before I get to my final quick review, Hajee-Bajee. I haven't played that character in quite a long time. How did you like him?
I get to meet him. I remember you talking about him.
Yes. He's one of my favorite NPCs.
He's so good. He's such an ass.
Yes.
He uses magic, but he doesn't think it's magic, and he doesn't like magic, so he gets mad at other people's magic.
Yes.
I dare say that in terms of how Suto takes to him, I think he's worse than Cloud's Burnt Bright.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Hajee-Bajee is not a consistent person. Let's put it that way.
No. And that's okay. He's just a butthole.
Yeah.
But he's a toad man. Dude's got toads, and he does toad things.
Yeah.
And he's got these strings out of his mouth. Oh, the second you said you were gonna out of the blue through them. I was like, no.
Here's the thing. As a player, I let it be known that I have made deliberate calls for my own character, this mission, where Suda has eaten shit.
The
So much.
boomerang was so funny, and I not only did I love it, but this is actually going to be a codified mechanic in Aspirant. You deliberately eating shit on that made me let you get away with stuff that you shouldn't have got away with afterwards.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, that was that was so good. And actually, along those lines, to quickly summarize, first of all, for your plays, Suto, the storm early on was a setup that was very subtle in how impactful it was throughout the course of the rest of the mission. One of the very important things to note is that the anti-Suto did have storm brewing. But of course, storm brewing is the way Suto used it, rather an emotional ability, and anti-form cannot feel.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's really good you said that.
Yep, anti-form do not have emotions, and therefore emotional powers are locked to them. And so Suto was able to conjure up rather a good storm that they were not able to interact very much with. Combat sequences were fun. The immediate scan of the surroundings, as you said, was critical to save NPCs. The out of the blue and with the car and the entire driving sequence was awesome, and the alley-oop derive was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I loved that bit. And then the end bit of getting your shit rocked by the anti-form clones was really cool as well. But I think, again, special shout out to the boomerang thing. It was such a funny moment that actually put you at a substantial disadvantage. And it let me give you so much more. Like, that was just actually a good play. Getting hit by Tag You're It and going through, like, multiple massive defiances, triple will, Warpaint, just a really cool mission. There was so many things. And I could see you being like, this was one of the most mechanically complex missions that I have ever run for Suto. And maybe even I've ever run in Advent. There was just so many, like, major mechanics and intricate calls going on. And so you did a good job navigating those waters.
Appreciate it.
You know what those boomerangs did? They turn off magic.
Yeah, it turned off your Spangenhelm, among other things.
Ow! Well.
Yeah.
Now you just have a pot.
Yeah,
now I just have a hat.
The hat ended up being very helpful, though.
So it's okay.
It ended up being a really helpful hat, though, because otherwise you would just have your head caved in by Anti-Suto's baseball bat.
I bet.
And then for Bolg, Toad play good. Caution, very good. Instincts, reading the mission, good, very good, yeah.
We needed, like, the one to just rush in and the one to, like, take things, like, as they go. So good. Please, thank you.
The way that you dealt with the Suki and Moore's anti-form was very clever. And the labyrinth literally saved Suto.
Yep.
He was dead. Like, he would not been able to escape without something like that.
Yep, that was the goal.
Because, again, is an emotional core. It's not like Anti-Suto can use the same energy work to, like, find his way home. No, they don't have concept of that. And so it set up Suto in a way that let him get rescued. I like that Suto is the one who's been like, wait a second, an eyedropper? Is that what you're looking for? That just made perfect sense in character. He would figure it out. Bolg doesn't know what that is.
Bolg doesn't know anything.
When I designed the mission, I was hoping someone would ask the other agents if you found them, like, what was it? But then when that not happened, I was like, okay, they're stuck with Hajee-Bajee being like, it's an eye that drop. And I thought that also, I just love Bolg's interactions with Hajee-Bajee. It's just, they have such like a Statler and Waldorf sort of dynamic. Actually, even better, kind of like an Ernie and Bert, if Bert were a Greek philosopher, as discussed in chat. Yeah, it's a very funny dynamic.
Bolg loves the guy because they connect in such in a truly spiritual way. Like, they're worldly, they're magic, haha, screw you, Hajee-Bajee. Their magical vibes are so in tandem, and yet one of them is just such a douche.
Indeed. So I thought that was marvelous. And lastly, from my perspective, the focus words. Focus word Hajee-Bajee, obvious.
Take a frickin' guess.
congratulations, Notsuto. Obviously, I had to make it a copy mission, but also I had to have a free runner involved. And another thing too is I decided, since I had the congratulations in it, I decided to make the mission involve brand new characters as like almost a mentorship or like a milestone thing for Suto, to see people who are at the very beginning of the journey instead of at the end when congratulations are merited. So that's how I used that one. And then the parting glass was just the hardest focus word for me here. There are a few. One, eyedropper. Two, the anti-form is about looking. I thought looking glass, right? And if it's a parting glass, then you're walking away from it. You don't want to look at it. So that's how I interpreted that one. And also, the parting glass just had such an uncanny feel to me that I wanted to make something uncanny. And I thought of anti-form, this thing that I haven't used in forever. Anti-form was for a little while my kind of go-to. All right, players want something hard. Let's give them this sort of thing.
Interesting. I thought that was a hum.
Oh, that was the players want to die. Let's give them that. Different degrees.
Fair.
Do you guys have any
Reminder,
final...
kids.
Oh, yeah?
RPG players are occasionally incredibly masochistic. Why? I honestly don't know. I like playing cool missions, thanks.
Indeed. Do you guys have any final thoughts or questions before we sign off?
Yeah, what are we gonna call this?
Yeah, mission name.
I need a name.
I forgot.
I think I personally, even though because of the impact when you said it, a red so red it's black. There's like, even when you describe that again on this picturesque little highway, hearing a red so red it's black.
I thought it was a black.
That definitely put a lump in my throat.
It's typically a black so black it's red,
or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm sick. Black so black it's red.
I do like the term. It is a fun one. And I would be happy to go with it, but I feel like there may be a better one. Maybe.
I was thinking a black so black it's red, but red spelled READ.
That's clever. The one I was gonna propose, though I actually think a black so black it's red is better, is I was gonna propose the eyedropper. But I think that it is a little too understated. So, hell with it. Let's do a black so black it's red.
Sweet.
You could also call it Black Mirror.
Duh!
There's references in that.
I don't know it.
That one's cute.
I think I like the former better, personally. Marvelous. In that case, I say we bring this sucker to a conclusion. As Tomasz said, can't believe we didn't get not Bolg though. You don't want to see not Bolg.
that was a horror movie. That was a horror mission at that point.
God, because he'd have
Bolg is so reined in.
Because he'd have tremor sense too. And then bull rush out of tremor sense. That's brutal.
Bull rush out of tremor sense with every stat better. No.
Disgusting. Yeah.
The second I had an instinct as to what was going on, I was like, nope.
5 resilience, and where the only thing that just marginally grazed Bolg was the strongman character. No.
Yeah.
No.
I got a concussion. Ow. It's a good thing I've got the will to say no.
Yeah. In that case, I say we do our sign-offs. Meek, any final words?
100 missions! Wow, do I have a problem? Yes, but that's okay. At least it's a healthy one. But in all seriousness, thank you so much, Lee, to agreeing to do this mission. Robbie for hosting it. This was a fun year of Enclave, and here's to many more missions in the future.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Lee.
Hey, this is a great mission. I'm so glad that Meek and so many other people have been playing long enough to have 100 missions. Hey, again, these missions, they're like 4 hours, 4 times 100 is like 400 hours.
I will say this was a long one.
3-4 hours, that's a lot of dedication to such a wonderful thing, such a wonderful way to tell stories and share experiences. And, only in Enclave could we have Notsuto.
Only
Well
enough.
said. And as a final note, Meeks, thank you so much for all that you have done for the game. You have been playing so much and hosting so many great missions, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to get you to your 100th mission of the year. I hope this one had the stakes and grandeur and depth that merits such an occasion. I'm sorry it went long. And I hope that it has been as enjoyable a year for you playing Enclave as it has been for me getting to see you play and host. And same to everyone else I've done so far. And with that said, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this long, long mission. And ciao for now.